Welcome, surf fans from all over the world. This is the Surf City El Salvador Pro presented by Corona. We've got our semi-finalists arriving early here on what could potentially be finals day. We're going to have to wait and see what the call is. The good news is the Elite 8 have arrived. Chris Cote here with Felicity, Paul Matier, and Mitchell Salazar. That's exactly where we are, right there, the mothership of this incredible event that basically fired off quickly with two amazing 12-hour days packed with incredible surfing. Then we had a couple lay days, and now we wait for the final call. So, Felicity, so far, this event has provided some upsets, provided some superstars rising up to their potential. All in all, it's been a pretty epic time down here in El Salvador.
Yeah, it has. I've been loving it. It's my first time here. I've loved seeing what Punta Roca has available for all the best surfers in the world. I think we've seen, obviously, yellow leader jerseys rise to the top. We've also seen some underdogs, which I've been a massive fan of. And, yeah, hopefully we get underway today.
Yeah, no doubt. And Mitchell, that underdog story that we've watched develop, I mean, Ian Gentile has to be a name on top of everybody's mind of, somebody that kind of came up from the lower part of the ranking and definitely turned some heads.
Yeah, it was number 21 coming into this last day of competition at this event. And as of right now, the Rookie of the Year race on the men's side is truly up and running. We got Liam O'Brien out there in the draw right now in the semifinals. He could be looking at his first final ever. And how about Ian Gentile? He's been surfing great, but I think all the attention to definitely be on Griffin Colapinto and Felipe. We could potentially have a rematch on the men's side. And Stephanie Gilmore, once again, number 7 last year coming into this event, number 7 this year. She could be going back-to-back here, Chris.
Ooh, you're getting us fired up. We love to hear it. Now let's get the official call. We've got AJ McCord standing by with Travis Logie.
Travis, for a few days, we've been watching the ocean, waiting for finals day. Give us the official call for today.
Yeah, AJ, the size and consistency has improved substantially compared to the last couple of days. So we're on finals day, looking forward to it. It actually should improve as the tide comes in too. So 35-minute heats, starting with the women's semifinals, going into the men's, and then back into the women's finals, and then the men's finals. Great day ahead.
Cannot wait. Thanks for the call.
Cool.
Back to you guys.
Thank you, Travis and AJ. There it is. It's on. Love to hear those two words together. The Surf City El Salvador Pro officially on for finals day. Mitch, taking a look at the Surfline forecast, this is what Travis and the crew have been looking at, trying to identify the best possible day for finals. They deemed it today.
Yeah, well, there's a decent southwest swell out there right now, but there is quite a bit of south in the water, and that's not something that you particularly want out here. You want more of a southwest direction, but as you can see, it's going to be clean in the morning. We're going to run things off early on, and we do have a rising tide, as you see in the afternoon, side onshore winds. And for the next 2 days, Chris, it's also going to be the same kind of thing. Look at that, 3 to 5 faces, but side shore to onshore in the afternoon for tomorrow, and then variable to onshore winds on Sunday. So I think today's the right call. It's the cleanest out of the last 3 days out of the window that we have.
Yeah, and when I see side onshore and I see the list of surfers we have left in this contest, I'm thinking air wind. So things could be getting really radical here in just a few moments. Basic rules still apply. Top 2 waves will be totaled up. The winning surfer will move through all the way up until the finals, where we're going to crown our champions. The women's and men's draw, of course, everyone still kind of studying, doing some research as to what could potentially happen after this, looking towards the Rip Curl WSL finals. You know, our final 5 picture right now for both men's and women's is getting very interesting here, because we've already started to see some switch outs. We could see surfers falling beneath that outside of the final 5 after this event.
Yeah, it's been really exciting. I think we're going to see a bit of a shuffle, and it's also what it's done is that it's opened it right up. There's a lot of opportunity now for people to capitalize now that some of those final 5 are out of the discussion after this event. So I'm really looking forward to this first heat, though. This is a great matchup. Tyler v. Steph, 2 Australian greats, great v. great, or great v. GOAT. And I think, Steph there's a big conversation around Steph. She came into this event, like you said, Mitch, same position as last year, ranked number 7. Will she go all the way again?
There's a good chance, and I think the most interesting part about this right now is that out of the 4 semifinals, in the 2 semifinals, there's 2 people that haven't cracked the Rip Curl WSL finals before. That's Tyler Wright and Caroline Marks. I expect both of them to be out there in this event.
Well, it will be maximum effort from all of our surfers, a different looking lineup than they've seen in the first couple of days of competition. And with that, It's on. 34 minutes and 35 seconds on the clock. It's going to be two of the best surfers to ever do it in our first heat. This is exactly how you want to start finals day. Tyler Wright will be in red. Stephanie Gilmore will be in blue.
Here we go, live action out the back.
So with priority, Tyler Wright on a beautiful looking set wave.
Final 5 is obviously a super important part of what we're doing. But I think to get there, it's all about process.
That right there was a savage cut for Stephanie Gilmore.
You know, I see the young girls like Katie coming through and Caroline, and everyone's surfing so good, and I just want to stay a part of it, you know?
Pretty easy scouting report in this semifinal matchup number 1. You've got Tyler Wright versus Stephanie Gilmore, both of these surfers with multiple world titles behind them. You will see the rankings right now pretty separated there, with Tyler Wright currently sitting at world number 2, Stephanie Gilmore outside the final 5 picture for now, sitting at number 7. But of course, you can't forget this is the exact same position she came through last year. I would think today the only difference that we saw from our opening 2 days of competition is these waves. I think they're going to be a little bit shorter, maybe a little bit punchier, so you're going to need to get involved early with your turns. You know, we saw a lot of surfers relying on patience with the long extended walls, kind of looking down the line and reading the whole wave as a whole story, whereas today I think those big single impactful maneuvers are going to be huge difference makers. You know, our judges, they reset their scale every morning with every heat, so they're going to be kind of seeing this as their litmus test to what type of scores they're going to throw out for, you know, 1-2 big turns.
Yeah, I think you raise a really good point. It's almost like and also on top of that, it's almost like a separate contest. These guys have been, and women have been on hold, or they've had multiple lay days in a row, which means that, you know, they haven't got that momentum that they came in with those first 2 days. They've had to reset. And right now it's looking like a very different lineup to what we saw on those first 2 days of competition. It's looking a lot more broken up, and the women and men today are going to have to readjust, maybe even be sitting in different places down the line. Here we go, first wave of the day.
First wave of finals day, it's going to be Tyler Wright. Tyler always so solid and strong through her turns, incredibly consistent. Peripheral vision filled with Mama Roca right there. That's got to be a little concerning as you see boils, dry rocks on the inside. Here we go, a back-to-back exchange. Stephanie Gilmore now. That was a beautiful section for Steph to work with early on. Quick snap there. So now we're seeing a series of turns available for Stephanie Gilmore.
Wow.
Almost riding out, but just can't quite stand up through the end portion. So right there, that shows you exactly, you know, we're all seeing the same thing as the judges. That's going to be their first sight of in-jersey action in the morning. So this is where they'll set their scale. These two scores, of course, you know, for the two surfers in the lineup, will help them kind of figure out exactly what adjustments they have to make to maximize the potential of these waves. You'd have to think Steph got the better of that exchange.
For sure. I would think that out of right now, there's a clear difference in the waves that they're going to select too. You see Tyler here, smaller wave, but she's looking for those waves that maybe have a longer line. Great combo on the outside, but look at this. Has to go around Mama Roca. That was dangerous, and once she makes it here to the inside, I mean, these floaters, I don't think they're going to really add too many points, Chris. I don't think they're very necessary, especially at the end, but look at the wave that Stephanie selected, and this comes with experience from last year. Great carve to open up, straight into the lip afterwards. Maybe not the kind of bottom turn, top turn combo she would have liked, but that was much better. Unfortunately for her, I just think she had to look at where Tyler was, and she wanted to avoid her right there at the end. But advantage Gilmore, in my opinion, by a long shot too.
Yeah, this opening turn here, just beautiful off the top, throwing so much spray. I think Steph's wave was noticeably bigger, had a bit more of a better bowl, so it broke out a little bit further than what Tyler's did, and we saw how close Tyler came to those inside cobblestones. So judges probably going to take their time with this first exchange here. But yeah, Steph, point break prowess sort of coming into play here a bit, I think.
It'll be interesting to see as well that, you know, whatever research and history they went back on to kind of see what this wave would be like on a swell like this. Last year it did have a similar look, but slightly different, I would say, here on finals day, with that beginning part of the wave really offering up what can be a pretty critical bowl section. So, again, I feel like Stephanie and Tyler both got the memo to get up and get moving early. And I wouldn't be mad to see a lot of waves ridden in these finals just to kind of test what can happen as we see two big turns there for Tyler. So Tyler Wright has to be feeling fired up there. A 3-turn combo there. A direct answer back to Stephanie's open wave. Now she's got 2.
And that's exactly what I think Tyler's looking for. Those waves that link up in a shorter area where Stephanie's going to be looking for a longer drawn-out wall. There's very few of those waves out there right now. And I will say the consistency, as you said, activity is going to be a key word for today, Chris. Fully lays it on rail, brings it all the way around. And look at the way she's able to fit on the last 2. Snap into lip line hit right there. And that was very impressive because she did it in such a short area flick. And you look at this drone angle right here, especially with the amount of power that she put in the first carve, that usually kind of sets you up for a better pace throughout a longer wave. But short area like this, she did incredibly well.
Yeah, that first turn there, she went so high on that first carve. Really probably as critical as what she could have got. I think she surfed this wave really, really well for the size of the wave. I don't think she could have surfed it any better. Now you've got to think that with 2 scores on the board, she's probably going to be looking for something bigger.
Stephanie's first wave came through at a 6.83, so a solid start for Gilmore. She's right back at it. So if you're watching, wondering, what are all these bubbles coming up on the waves? Well, that's basically dry rocks. So it's about 1 inch deep through the inside section of these waves. And while it's not, sharp Fijian-style reef, these are large, slippery cobblestones that are actually rolling around on that inside section. So it does add its own, critical element on that inside section. And what I love is that both Tyler and Stephanie know full well that at any second they could smash all 3 of the fins out of their board. They do not care. They are built different, unafraid of attacking on this inside, basically dry boulder section, which starts to pop up right about here.
Well, and she gets her backup score too. It's not a great wave, but she's at least going to have something in her score line. And that was a really tough last turn right there, the angle that she was taking. But just to be able to find a wave like this with the kind of wall that she wants running down the line, and especially after winning here last year, Chris, goes to show that experience does matter at a wave like this. It changes so much depending on the direction of the swell. But that DHD looks great underneath her feet, a lot of speed. And as you mentioned, Felicity, the amount of flow that she brings to a point break, it's uncanny for everybody else.
So as our judges lock in scores for second wave of Stephanie Gilmore, 26:25 on the clock. The Red Bull Athlete Zone is filling up with the elite, as well as their friends, family, coaches, pit crew members. We've got Pete Mell on the scene. Good morning, Pete.
Yeah, good morning, Cote. Good morning, everyone. Finals day here, and of course, as you mentioned, the Athlete Zone is filled up with all of the teams' eyes peeled on the lineup. And just my observations of what I've seen from up here, you talked about that sea breeze, Mitch. That sea breeze has already started. It's coming out of that east-southeast direction, which blows probably from the right of our screen across. Talked about air wind. Yeah, it's there. And it has increased just in the last 5 to 10 minutes. That breeze has kicked in. Got 2 different swells in the water, too. You talk about the short interval, 4-foot, 10-second range. That's that south. That's why it's so broken up. But the waves that these women are looking for are going to be those major set waves, but you're going to have a pretty broken up swell. Mitch, we talked about earlier, like, where are you going to surf in the lineup? There has been some quality waves down the point, but both these surfers are up at the top at the main takeoff zone looking for those long walls. It's going to be a great day of competition, and I'm expecting to see some, I want to see some airs too.
Yeah.
Bring it on.
We all want to see radical surfing, and we're going to get that. 25:15 on the clock. Scores coming through now for Stephanie Gilmore. Her second wave of 4.27. We've got a tight matchup here. We got 11.10 for Steph in the lead for now. Tyler Wright with a 10.5. So these surfers right now pretty much locked in, dead even, with a lot of time left. And these surfers obviously have competed head-to-head many, many times in the past in their long, illustrious careers. And look at that, 13-14. Tells me they know a lot about each other's competitive prowess. Same average heat score, same maximum heat score basically, and you got Tyler Wright with just the edge on the max wave score, that 10-point ride, going up a 9.77. I mean, I don't think you get much more of an even matchup. Both regular footers, both veterans, both extremely knowledgeable as to the criteria and what the judges want to see, and both tenacious competitors. As we see Tyler Wright now got this wave with priority. Beautiful opening carve there. I love the way she adds just an extra 10% at the end of every turn. Just adding a little bit of flair to make sure that she gets the full maximum potential of scoring on these waves. And will that be better than a 4.5?
Okay, we'll have a look at the replay here. I think Tyler knows that she's got to push a bit harder on these turns compared to her last two waves. She's going to want to be improving on her situation. I think she pushes so hard here on that last section. Almost comes unstuck, but
about to say that.
Yeah, almost did. But you can see how high she's going on that carve and really laying, almost releasing the fins there a little bit on that last bit of that turn. Comes around into this second section. Sort of gets up there pretty late for this little foam climb here. And looking to bring it through to the inside. And yeah, she almost came unstuck there at the end. So
5.11 would be a go-ahead score for Tyler Wright. I like the consistency we're seeing this morning. Plenty of waves out there for these surfers to ride. And, you know, I think that tight pocket right at the takeoff really offers some opportunities for these surfers to be creative, to be dynamic. I think at this point with, you know, 3 waves ridden each, they both kind of have their, I guess, starter kits locked in. You know, a solid score line for both of them into the double digits already. Now, I think they have the luxury of opening up a little bit, maybe just putting a little bit more, you know, throwing the tail just a little bit higher. They both have deep bags of tricks.
I think we're going to see them be a bit more selective now, that's my guess, because they've both got a couple of scores on the board. Now they know this heat is so close, it is basically wide open. It's going to take someone getting an excellent score to sort of run away with this. So my thoughts are now they're probably going to get a bit more selective, maybe wait for these bigger waves that are going to come through. I mean, we saw Steph's got a bit of a jump at the moment. She's got that 6.83, and that was because that was a bigger wave. It was a better shaped wave. And Tyler's going to know that as well.
Well, it seems like Wright is definitely going to get the score right here on this one. She's going to change the situation, going to take the lead, but my real question now is, what does Stephanie Gilmore do with priority with 22 minutes to go? Because as we're seeing, they're approaching this wave more like a beach break right now. You can't definitely be thinking, okay, I'm going out there, I'm going to get this long right, even if we're out of point break. With that wind swell in the water, Chris, you need to go out there and think of activity, look for opportunities, and maybe even think of some opportunities further on the inside to break away, even if you're not in the priority rotation. So still lots of time, but Stephanie only needs a mid-5 now to retake the lead. And that wind has definitely picked up a lot more in the last 10 to 15 minutes.
Sometimes with a little uptick in wind, you know, you start to see more opportunities just in terms of where they can place their turns on the wave, you know, like a crumble down the line. In the eyes of a surfer like Tyler Wright or Stephanie Gilmore, that can equal something really interesting and cool. A little different than we're used to seeing them on the face, the beautiful, hard, you know, voracious carves that both of these surfers are capable of. You know, being creative on a quick, potent wave like we're seeing out here, I feel like is going to be a crucial element because, you know, we're going to start to see repetition in the opening carve, second snap, closeout turn. And the judges are going to be feeling the same way, right? They want to be excited. They want to be entertained, just like the rest of us. And so far, this heat has been all of that and more. A 6 and a 6.47 for Tyler Wright. For Steph Gilmore, you got a 6.83, highest single wave score of this heat so far. Paired that with a 4.27. Although Tyler does have the edge for now, it's a precarious lead. So let's take a look back at this last wave of Tyler Wright. This was her 6.47. I love the start.
Yeah, and a variation of a turn that she's done before. As you mentioned, she needed to get creative and bring some difference to the actual scoring. And that last turn, I mean, even though she just barely rides out of it, was very, very difficult to manage to ride out of. But I just think in terms of cleanliness, in terms of the amount of speed, power, and flow that everything was brought in, Stephanie Gilmore with the advantage right here with her first wave of the heat of 6.83. But that finish was crucial. She probably would have gone up into the exit range if she rides out of that.
I mean, that was pretty clear. It's just a better wave. I feel like they're both right now surfing with all powers activated. Stephanie Gilmore, the 6.83. So that was a good primer for those of you out there watching, kind of wondering the subtle differences between the scores of those waves. I mean, we have a international judging panel, elite level judges, and they've been spot on throughout this entire competition. They're going to have their work cut out for them today. I think they're going to see a lot of similar waves ridden, so it's really going to be about finding the points of difference between the waves and how they're served. A big finish there, attempted by Stephanie Gilmore. A little bit of a rocky road, trying to ride out of that whitewater, literally. Yep, all three fins are there. She's good. Get right back out there. 18:38 on the clock.
She did really well to get around that last section, I thought. After she came down from that second turn, I was like, oh, is she going to get around this? Here we go. We'll have a look at the replay. Straight up into the lip, and she eyes off a section down the line, floats this second one. This is the section I'm talking about. She did well to get around that and then put it up there for that last turn. So that won't be complete. So it leaves Tyler out the back with priority now.
I think that was a mistake, personally, though. No need to go on that wave at this point in heat. You need a mid-5. Not really the score that you're looking for either. You should probably be thinking you need your best score with 20 minutes to go. Just don't know about that decision-making right there, Chris, especially knowing that Tyler already has a couple of 6s in her scoreline. That could easily be kept, in her top 2 at the end of this one.
17:50 on the clock. We've got Luke Egan working with Caroline Marks. Caroline Marks is trying to break through and stay in that final 5 picture. And we've been loving the hand surfing. A little hand jive from the rocks. If you're a surfer, nearly impossible not to visualize with your hands going down the line. And that is, I would say that's a unique element that we have in the sport of surfing.
Yep.
Although, we do see people throwing fake footballs and stuff. Yeah.
Oh, we do.
A lot of sports have their own type of hand jives.
What are the guys that work at the airports? The
air traffic control.
They're landing the airplanes. Yeah.
That's how the coaches sometimes coach from the beach. Hand signals. Go over there. Stay over here. And Mitchell, you talked about earlier the broken up nature of this swell and how it's going to spread out our playing field a little bit. First 2 days of competition, takeoff zone was pretty set.
Yeah.
It was a zone of about, 20-foot circle, let's say, that it was kind of that primary spot every time. And now I think we're going to see surfers with the ability to pick and choose their spots in the lineup. See a peak come through for Tyler Wright. Only one snap available. In talking of the speed, power, flow equation, I think flow is going to come in heavily today, because surfers who are going to be able to do a couple turns and potentially get over that lump, that ridge that's coming through, if you can get over that and keep your speed, you might give yourself the opportunity for a bonus section through to the inside. It's not going to be a long extended wall all the way, but if you can kind of lean on connectivity and how you make it look smooth from the outside all the way to the inside, I think there's big points available for surfers who are going to basically be able to get 2 for 1. 2 waves that are broken up from the outside to the inside, connected all the way through with flow. It could be a difference maker. And with the tide
coming up,
so the tide's starting to push, so things are going to be changing throughout the day. I would say almost heat by heat, because the tide does push in pretty quick here in Surf City, El Salvador.
It should focus a lot more towards Punta Roca too with the higher tide. But as you were saying, that broken up nature right now, I think if you're in second priority and you have a chance to look at a wave down the line, go for it. There's no loss right there, I feel, especially if you're only needing a mid-5. Here goes Tyler now.
So with second priority, identifying what could be a little gem on the inside. Throws the tail, gets slidey, goes down. Just an awkward moment.
Yeah, she hit a little bump in the face of that wave, I think, and just came unstuck. But I think it's like you said, there's going to be a lot of dots to connect and a lot of jumbled waves. So I think we just saw a great example of that right there.
So with 14:48 now on the clock, we're over halfway through semifinal heat number 1. Steph Gilmore now. She's trying to better a 4.27. That was a beautiful Steph Gilmore-ish turn. Only one person in the world that has the right to have her turns compared to Stephanie Gilmore, and that's Stephanie Gilmore. She is that good. 1 in a million. 14:26 to go. Tyler Wright in the lead for now. We're going to take a quick break. Stay tuned to find out what happens next.
The Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona, is brought to you by Surf City El Salvador, home of the right surf. By Corona, this is living. And by ToeCash, the official payment app of the Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona.
This year is the qualifying year for the Paris 2024 Olympics.
To be able to go and represent Australia at Choves would be incredible.
You feel like you're representing every single person that lives on the same land as you do.
You have to really go after it and wholeheartedly.
Show what our country is and show it through surfing.
Probably a cool experience to see so many brilliant athletes.
Just want to be in the mix and give it my all.
Well, I think that'll be a big show to see.
Everyone very excited about qualification season. Thank you, Shiseido, for shedding light a little bit on some of our Australian contingent there. 11:40 on the clock here in semifinal number 1. This is becoming a bit of a chess game, I would say. Very even. Tyler Wright with a 6 and a 6.47. Stephanie Gilmore with a 6.83 and a 4.27. Both of their last waves came through as non-factors. Chris Cote here with Felicity Palmatier and Mitchell Salazar. Totally unique view of this lineup that we've seen this week. Yesterday we're looking at the waves here, pretty small, a little similar, kind of broken up. So we did get a nice little push of swell this morning with the tide coming in. Could potentially help with consistency. And the rest of the Elite 8 that have come here to compete this morning are definitely doing their homework, studying the conditions, because you really never know what you're going to get, and that's rings true at every stop on the championship tour. So I love that these surfers not only prepared physically, but have to be prepared mentally to be able to adapt. You think you're going to get one thing, you get something completely different. The surfers are going to shine are going to be the ones that are going to revel in these kind of unique conditions we have this morning.
For sure. Here we go, Tyler having a look.
Tyler Wright could have something good to work with here. Nice little chunk of wave to work with there. I would say that's a patented Tyler Wright combination right there. She did enough to signify control. Wow, that ending turn. Straight up Peter Gabriel sledgehammer. The judges like a jolt like that to wake them up in the morning. They've had eyes on this lineup since sunlight started, and I think they're going to like what they saw here from Tyler Wright.
Yeah, great two-turn combo, exclamation mark at the end. I liked it. Only 2 turns here. Look at this last finishing maneuver here. Matched the power of that wave. Timed it perfectly, I think. And I really liked the variety that she had as well. Layback carve on the first turn, followed by that really precisely timed last turn there.
The presentation at the end was a bit awkward, if we're being super critical.
Yeah.
I mean, did have to fight the whitewater just a little bit, but I think in terms of the use of priority, couldn't get better than that. Kept Stephanie off of a great wave. Definitely had more than a 5.64 written on it. And Tyler Wright's going to better her low score at least. And with 9 minutes to go, that could be game, set, match right there. And it's that one priority mistake from Stephanie Gilmore where she didn't get the score. It's costing her right now, Chris.
You're absolutely right. The score comes through as 6-2-7. Judges loving the late demolition provided by Tyler Wright. That finishing move was incredible. 8:45 on the clock, and it looks like Steph caught a little bit behind. So Steph Gilmore with priority out of position there. She makes her way back into the takeoff zone. Let's go down to AJ McCord, who has...
Yeah, you and Mitch were talking earlier about just how the mentality has to shift from a right-hand point break here at Punta Roca to more of a beach break. I was talking with Andy King before, right at the beginning of this heat. He said he told Tyler Wright that exact same thing. He said this wave is so different today than it was in the previous 2 days of competition, so you have to adjust your mindset. You can't be looking for perfection. You have to be looking for opportunities. And so far, Tyler seeming to take that advice to heart. 7 waves ridden in this heat compared to Stephanie's 5 so far. So we're seeing, Mitch, exactly what you talked about earlier play out for Tyler, and that's the advice she got from her coach earlier.
Yeah, and just to add on to that, Chris, you need to keep your expectations up to the par of how the waves are, too. Don't go out there thinking you're going to get 2 8s when realistically, if you're getting 2 6s, you're having a great heat out there right now. That's absolutely what Tyler's been doing. 12.74. The other day she had a 16-point heat total, but conditions have drastically changed. They're still fun, they're exciting, they're competitive, but they're not as perfect as they were during the first 2 days of competition. You need to realize that. She's adjusted well, and there's a reason why she's gunning for a 3rd World Championship. She's the only person, in this heat that hasn't qualified for the WSL Finals, the WSL Final 5, and it'll be a huge moment for her, and especially if she could get her seed to be better, moving to the last 3 events of the season, has a good shot of being #1 in the world at the end of the season, Chris.
Fully agreed. Under 7 minutes to go now. Tyler Wright versus Stephanie Gilmore. You knew this was going to be a great matchup. It's lived up to all of our expectations and more. Stephanie Gilmore starting with 6-8-3.
Yeah, beautiful opening wave from Steph. Ball was in her court here, that 6-8-3. She couldn't get the finish here, and I think that would have been critical if she would have made that, pushed that score right up into the excellent range. But Tyler got smart, got a couple of scores on the board, and she's now out in front. She's got a 6-4-7 and backing it up with that 6-2-7 on her last wave. But it was finishing turns like that has really pushed her up into this first position. This is the look at her last wave, the 6-2-7. Nice layback there, finished with that second maneuver, nice exclamation point. And yeah, she's sitting out there with the lead. So Steph now with priority. She's got a couple of important decisions to make, I think.
Yeah, and we're seeing a lot of waves ridden in this semifinal heat #1, our first heat of the day. You've got 8 waves ridden already for Tyler Wright. You have 5 for Stephanie Gilmore. So that tells us consistency, it's out there. It's just a matter of identifying the waves that give you the most potential. And I think Tyler Wright, I'm still leaning on that finishing maneuver, the big snap. To me, probably the most dynamic finish that we've seen in this heat so far. For Steph Gilmore, the 6-8-3, obviously it was brilliant surfing, but it was also the best wave of this heat. So wave selection, it's going to be crucial, but with 35 minutes on the clock and so many waves coming through, I think it does give these surfers a chance a little bit to be free, to have some fun, to maybe roll the dice on a couple medium-sized waves and see what happens. I don't think they're going to be staunchly sitting out the back waiting for the biggest, best sets, because there is a lot of opportunity in these fun little wedges on the inside. And, give one great section to Tyler or Steph, big things are going to happen. So I like that idea of just going out there and keeping things going, keeping the momentum built like Tyler is right now.
That was a decent wave. The Steph let go right there. Had some wall on it. 4.5 minutes to go. It's decision-making time right here with priority. And especially only needing, you know, something just under a 6-point ride. It's attainable as of right now, but if you're Tyler Wright, I'd like to see a bit more pressure from her, maybe move over a little bit more. You know, not have that much distance in between the two surfers. You normally see this a lot more at this point of the heat.
With 4:15 to go now, in 2023, it's been all Tyler. She's 3-0 versus Steph this season. And you know Steph knows that stat. I mean, we were talking to Leonardo Fioravanti the other day, and it's pretty incredible that every surfer on the championship tour pretty much remembers every event, every heat, every wave, every score they needed, not just for themselves, but for pretty much all the rest of the surfers in the draw. So the encyclopedic knowledge that these surfers carry with them with each and every matchup. And you can just imagine Steph Gilmore, right? The receipts that she has in her mind in going up against Tyler Wright, who's had her number so far in 2023. And with 3 minutes, 30 seconds to go, Stephanie Gilmore needing a 5.91. That is well within the realm of possibility. We're talking about one of the greatest, if not the greatest female surfer to ever do it.
Yeah, I think this is well within reach for Steph. She's where she wants to be. She's sitting out there with priority. Obviously, if a good wave comes through, she's going to take it. If you would have asked me who would have had the upper hand in this heat, you know, when we ran those couple of days in a row, I would have said Steph. You know, it was looking way more lined up, more point break-ish, obviously, and I just would have thrown Steph's name there straight away. But because of the conditions today, being a bit more chopped up, offering kind of only 2 to 3 turns, I feel like maybe this is favouring Tyler a bit more. Steph just has so much knowledge when it comes to surfing point breaks and wave selection when it comes to surfing point breaks. However, even though I'm saying this now, Steph's still well within reach. She only needs a 5.91. She's sitting there still with the highest wave of the heat right now. She's got a 6.83. So I think it's super achievable for Steph. It's just if this wave is going to come through, and if when it comes, she makes it count.
And we also said the same thing about Steph last year, and the waves were almost similar, and she ended up winning. So, you know, you can't count her out. 2 minutes to go, though. It's decision-making time right now, and if a wave doesn't come through in the next 60 seconds, you need to be moving around and just scratching for something. You know, a 6 is attainable, and it doesn't have to be a large quantity of maneuvers, but the quality of them, as we saw in the 6.27 of Tyler Wright, it has to be almost a replica of that wave, Chris, but add some variation, add your own spice to that wave. A minute 50 might come down to the last wave of this heat right now.
We look towards the horizon. You know, an interesting thing about this morning is slight lumps that kind of coming through, they quickly become waves. So I think it's also going to really come down to identifying which wave is going to give you that big opening opportunity. And you're not going to have a lot of time to think about it. You know, in the past, when you think of a point break, right, oftentimes you see that wave coming all the way around the top of the point. It gives you a minute to kind of gather yourself, figure out what you're going to do. This is more of that kind of lightning reaction needed type of surfing. With a minute to go, will Stephanie Gilmore get the opportunity, or will Tyler Wright go up 4-0? The Steph here in 2023.
Surprised that she didn't move for 4 minutes. You know, you didn't even look for a wave. You didn't scatter around, either go up and down the point. 40 seconds to go. I think this might be just a bit too late right now. Remember, there was a wave around the 4-minute mark that she could have gone on, and I think that had enough potential for the 6 that she needs right now. But with 30 seconds, I just don't know if anything's going to show up in time.
So we need to rewrite the Cinderella story we've been hyping up all week long about Stephanie Gilmore, who came through last year, got the win, went on to the Rip Curl WSL Finals, got the win there. She's going to have to take a different route into the Final 5 picture. And that role is going to have to start for Steph in Rio, because with 4 seconds left, with a lively and effective win over Steph Gilmore, Tyler Wright comes through. 6.47 and a 6.27, solid surfing. mistake-free from Tyler. She is your first finalist here at the Surf City El Salvador Pro. We got more to come. Up next, Carissa Moore versus Caroline Marks. We'll be right back.
I'm trying to not think about it as a pressure situation or as a literal target, but just another jersey color and just embracing the moment.
5-time world champ in the yellow leader jersey here. Big carve coming off the rails, looking in control.
I feel good, I feel confident, ready to surf again when the wave comes, so I'm just really stoked I got the opportunity in the end.
Caroline Marks slashes off the top, getting the rhythm right now. The wave keeps on giving, and Caroline keeps on belting it on the backhand.
Straight into it, semifinals heat number 2, featuring 2 superstars of surfing. Carissa Moore, current world number 1, going up against Caroline Marks, current world number 4, with room to grow. This right here is going to be a pivotal matchup in terms of what happens next in the final 5 picture. Caroline Marks climb up further towards that yellow jersey. Will her backhand be effective out here in these wedging conditions? So far, signs point to yes. Caroline Marks with this opening wave came through strong right off the buzzer. 5, 6, 7 to start for Caroline Marks. Felicity, do you think the surfers in the lineup right now, what do you think their process would be for studying what's happening? Are they looking at the scores? Are they listening to us break down these scores? What are they doing to helpfully give themselves the most information possible in order to compete effectively out in this lineup?
Well, both of these surfers I know were down here earlier. They were here for the free surf before the contest got called on. I know they've probably been warming up here still the last couple of days. Even, you know, yesterday when we came down here, I know that they both went out for a free surf as well. They just want to keep going through the motions. They would have been studying the conditions before they went out with their coaches. Caroline with Luke and Carissa, they would have both been watching it. They would have been seeing exactly what we've been talking about, that it is more like a beach break today. You've got to get busy. So both of them having good people in their corners, lots of support, and they would have watched that last heat. That's the guinea pig, if you say, and they would have seen the scores getting thrown down and for what kind of maneuvers. So they've definitely formulated a game plan out there. But I think today you've got to be a little bit adaptable too, because it's so different compared to those first few days of competition.
I think spontaneity is going to be a critical element to success here today. You can't lean on what you want, right? You got to lean on what's provided. We saw Tyler Wright do that. I keep thinking about that finishing maneuver. It wasn't even her highest scoring wave, but that's the type of surfing that I feel is going to get you through these heats today. Your matchup between Carissa Moore and Caroline Marks, I mean, this is becoming a bit of a classic rivalry. You got goofy versus regular. You got a hard-charging Caroline Marks that, of course, would love nothing more than to grab that yellow jersey and run with it. In the past, You want to break down the numbers between these two surfers. Carissa Moore, of course, surfing's golden girl with a 6-2 edge in their past matchups. All the numbers lean heavily on Carissa's side, but you take those numbers away, and Caroline Marks, incredibly wily competitor. She really does have that ability in rights to be explosive with every single turn she does. So in terms of advantage out there, you kind of take this history all the way. For Caroline Marks, she's constantly looking at a yellow jersey, which has to play into the psyche, right? How bad do you want that jersey? How far are you willing to go to take it from Carissa, as we see Carissa Moore's opening ride now. A little slow on the start, gives her something to work with through this mid portion. Here's where things start to get dicey on the inside. Not a great wave for Carissa Moore, but she's on the board. And Caroline Marks started this heat with a 5.67 straight from the jump, and now she's back in that priority position.
Yeah, and a decent start for Carissa. Nothing special, and as you said, you have to be adaptable to these conditions out there right now, and you have to be open to the idea of having to grind a bit. You come to a championship tour event, you think you're going to get great waves during every event period, and as of right now, you go into finals day knowing that it's going to be tough to compete in, and you have to go out there and produce 2 scores to make it through into the final. 3-point ride there for Carissa Moore. And as of right now, I think the one person that probably benefited the most out of the conditions today, I'd have to say, is Caroline Marks. She comes from a beach break background, Chris. She's up and riding again.
And her placement is outstanding. 2, 3 turns and gets the finish right out. Well, I think that was a bit of self-preservation there, probably seeing some boils and bubbling rocks coming up right underneath her. But I love that series of backside whips for Caroline Marks. She can stay so tight in the pocket. So that's going to give her an advantage on the smaller waves that come through. For Carissa Moore, who I think relies a little bit more on kind of a powerful, long, swooping carve. Whereas you see here, Caroline Marks can fit multiple turns in really tight sections.
Yeah, that second turn was just beautiful. Loved watching that. I really think that today's conditions are playing more in favor of maybe Caroline, just because it's smaller, shorter, punchier. Whereas, like you said, Chris, Carissa really likes those more bigger open-faced waves where she can really put the board on rail. And yeah, I'm liking what I'm already seeing from Caroline. Super tight surfing, really critical in the pocket and precise.
Well, with 27 minutes left on the clock, we're thinking that last wave from Caroline Marks is going to come through at a nice looking number for her, starting with a 5.67. So far, I would say Caroline Marks is sticking to the plan. She's making it work. And as a coach, Luke Egan has to be excited from what he saw right there. One of the greatest goofy footers of all time, coaching another one of the greatest goofy footers of all time. It's a match made in heaven. Luke Egan is standing by now in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. Luke, we were so excited by that second turn that Caroline Marks provided for all of us right then. It looks like these waves are playing into her strengths.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. That second turn is what we talked about needs to happen to beat Carissa Moore. We want to see more of that. She's been really enjoying the waves here. It suits her backhand. That clean bottom turn with a clean swoop out of the top or a nice lip hit is what has been the focus. And yeah, not too bad. Want to get above the 5s, but it's not a bad start still with only 26 minutes to go.
So, Luke, what is the lay day protocol for Caroline Marks in the camp?
Yeah, well, I'm a strong believer the contest can be won or lost in the break. So we've had a pretty normal schedule, just a couple of surfs a day, a couple of meals a day, resting. It's so hot here in El Salvador from about midday to 2 p.m. So make sure you're indoors at that time to conserve energy. And so many fun waves around here. We've been having a ball and been getting in the water a bunch. So she stayed tuned and just been patient, waiting for today to come to finish off the event.
Hey Luke, Mitch here. Since they faced off last year in the quarterfinals at this exact same event, what do you think's been the biggest growth that you've seen in Caroline so far?
Yeah, I mean, it's just been 12 months since she took a little vacation from the tour. This is actually was her first event back last year, and it was great to see her make the semi-finals straight up, and she was so eager to go and get the jersey back on. But yeah, she's just been trying to mix it up a little bit and bring some new you know, spice to her surfing, trying to get a lot more lip hit than what she used to. And yeah, I've been really proud of the way she's been working and the way she's been taking on board. You know, someone that is so technically great as Caroline, it's pretty hard to get improvements, but I think we've managed to do that with a little bit more variety in her backhand and forehand.
Right on. Thank you so much. Luke Egan coming at us from the Red Bull Athlete Zone, a voice from inside the camp of Caroline Marks. And I like that, you know, lay days kind of have that connotation of vacation days, but it's great to hear that these surfers just they go back to the office, you know, every day on their lay days. And Carissa Moore kind of hunting around. She has switched up her strategy, it appears, and moved down the point, trying to find something on this inside section. The scores we have for Carissa Moore right now, a 3, and then 3 nothing scores. Not really what we're used to from seeing Carissa Moore's scoreline, but she still has just under 24 minutes to go.
Yeah, I like what Luke said. The contest can sometimes be won in these lay days, and I agree with that because it's almost like it's a totally different contest today. We've already said it about the waves. We've been on hold for a few days, and how you treat those few days, I think, and how you come into this finals day, what sort of mindset you're in. Are you able to pick up where you left off? Can you continue with the momentum you had? We saw Carissa had an amazing momentum. She dropped one of the highest heat totals of this contest so far. On her first 2 waves in her last heat, it was like incredible surfing, right? So here we go. Have a look at this last priority mistake from Carissa. So probably using priority there when that wave really wasn't offering that much. And then moving down the line and taking a couple of more waves after that. So what I've noticed from Carissa's surfing, just as a spectator or a commentator in the past, is that she really likes to get off to a great start. And sometimes if she doesn't quite get that start, maybe I think she can get in her own head a little bit, and maybe a little bit of panic can sometimes start to set in. So it'll be interesting to see how she can bounce back from that. And here we go right now.
We'll see what her answer is. Looking like she's winding up for something here. Has to kind of lean on a little bit of a soft cutback there. This wave reforming, doing some interesting things down the line, but it was pretty soft all the way through. No real impactful moments for Carissa Moore to light up. So that's going to be another, I'd say, pretty small score, but just because the wave kind of went a little weird underneath her feet. So with 22-12. Again, probably won't be a score of note. It's a 2.90. So 2 throwaway scores at the moment for Carissa Moore. Caroline Marks, she's not safe yet. She's got a 5.67 and 5.5, but she's looking like she could be on to another good-looking wave. Has to set things up, waiting for this wave to give her some room to work, and there we go. A nice pocket snap for Caroline Marks. Quick open face carve there. Little check turn, set things up. So kind of a weaving serpentine series of fades and check turns through the inside. Not a super impactful finish, but nice and flowy all the way through. She spent a lot of time deciding and waiting when to strike. Did get something meaningful on the mid portion of that wave, but I feel like it's right along the lines of the 5.67 and the 5.5, maybe even a little bit under, because she didn't have that one big moment.
I think this was a really, really hard wave to read. Really hard wave. And you can see it just in the way that she's surfing this. She gets around this first big section there straight. That was the best turn of the wave, for sure. But then the wave fattens out here. You can see all these lumps and bumps in the face of the wave, and sort of almost the energy is working against her in that last little section, and she had to get busy really quickly. But this was the money turn right here in the pocket. Really well timed, but for me that wave was just really tricky. It looked like the energy was moving almost the opposite way as to what she was moving down the face of the wave.
She was going against the grain the whole time, and when you look at a wave like that as a goofy footer, you kind of relish those opportunities because you see that bowl coming at you, But I fully agree 100% with what Felicity said, because what happens there, you get a good wave, and especially on a set where you're thinking to yourself, I'm going to smash this thing. You go out there and the wave's a dud. Now you're thinking to yourself, did I make a mistake? You're doubting yourself, and now that sense of doubt with 20 minutes to go, even if you're in the lead, sometimes it could lead to a dark place, Chris.
You know, hopefully I'm reading the look on her face right, but it was almost kind of like a laughing, frustrated, you know,
Yeah.
did that turn, and she's going, come on, wave.
Yeah.
Give me something. 20 minutes on the clock, so plenty of time for both these surfers to stay active and utilize the wedges coming their way. They're getting back into the takeoff zone with 19:50 on the clock. As they reset themselves, that gives us a chance to catch up with your first finalist here at the Surf City El Salvador Pro. We're going to talk to AJ McCord, standing by with Tyler Wright.
Tyler, a few days off between the last time you surfed here and now. Different conditions for you, but Andy was telling me before your heat that just means you had to adjust your mindset. How did you do that in the water?
You know, I think the first thing is you switch off completely, spend a couple of days not thinking about this, and then you come back in. And we had kind of a rehearsal yesterday of the semi conditions that we're going to be facing and what we're looking at today. So when we go to mindset, we just go, look, I'll do what's felt, really in tune with trying to read the waves, read the ocean, how the wind's playing, the wind came up, and what that actually means. And then also just acknowledging that I'm against the 8 times world champ and the greatest there to do it. So it does demand more attention. It does demand more engagement, and it demands me to show up completely. So that's what I did. It was a close heat, obviously. Steph needed a 5.8. But I felt like my 6, I really liked my 6. And then to improve on that, I was like, okay, well, they're pretty solid scores. So with decreasing conditions. So yeah, I guess I just showed up.
Showed up, and now you're showing out for the finals coming up next. With the 6s that you had in this heat, what is the biggest takeaway for you of how the waves are working, what you want to improve upon for finals?
Yeah, look, it's, I don't know. I think I'll probably stick to a similar zone. I try not to get too stagnant or fixated on one thing. If I fixate, I tend to lose in other areas. So yeah, well, look, have some water, decompress, and then kind of reassess. As you can see, the conditions are changing, and but I really like what we're doing. It's been a really big week of, I feel like, growth in and out of the water, and it takes a little bit, after the wave pool, it took me a little bit to pull myself back together again, and it's a little bit of a challenge, but I'm here and I have great support. My wife's here and Andy's here, and I talk to my psych, every day, if not every second day, just to make sure that I'm kind of staying on the right track for me personally.
Well, we'll see you in the finals.
Yeah, thank you so much. Have a lovely day.
Thank you, AJ. Surfing incredibly lucky to have an athlete like Tyler Wright, who, is an open book, allows us all to be part of her journey, whether it's her personal experiences, her competitive mindset. I think we could all learn a lot by listening to Tyler Wright. And right there, we just learned that she's going into this final with an open mind, and she's ready for it. Love to see it. 16:36 on the clock. Caroline Marks on top for now. Stay tuned to find out what happens next here at the Surf City El Salvador Pro.
I'm just gonna put my head down. I know there's a lot of really good Americans that I'll be battling out with for those 3 spots.
That's a massive goal to qualify.
It takes so much effort to get to something like the Olympics. It's the elite of the elite.
And the people that have gone and done it and won there, it's incredible to be a part of that.
It'd be an honor to represent my country and be there.
It pushes all of us. To be there again would be a dream come true.
The world is watching and waiting. It's officially qualification season. Here in semifinal heat number 2, we've got Caroline Marks, who went to work early, put up some solid numbers, a 5.67 and a 5.5, and so far, a rare lackluster performance from Carissa Moore. She just has not been able to find the waves that she needs in order to put up those big numbers we're so used to seeing from her. Will that story change now? One decent turn to start here. Now we're cooking, building momentum down the line. A third turn there, throwing some spray. So Carissa Moore, probably among the best of the best in terms of flipping heats. You know, you look at the scoreline right now and you would think, well, Carissa's having a shocker. But guess what? Just like that, she flips the script. Don't think it's going to be the 8.17. She would need to jump straight into the lead, but definitely going to be a building block in order to get her past Caroline Marks right now, who is out the back with priority. But this wave, this is going to be her best wave.
Yeah, this was a good wave. Carissa had 14 minutes when she took off, so she basically is surfing a 14-minute heat right now. 2 nice open face carves there. Nice timed third hit. A bit transition turns here, and she finishes. So 14-minute heat, that's a good start. And I don't think it's the 8.17, so she's going to need another score. Some nice rail work there to start off, but it's not like Carissa to not have the heat under wraps like by now. So she's on the back foot, and I think it's going to force good surfing out of her. It's going to force great decisions. It's going to force her making great decisions here towards the end, and forcing Caroline to take off probably on a wave that maybe isn't what Caroline wants, because Caroline's sitting out there with priority. Carissa's going to need another wave. So the end of this heat's going to get exciting.
The focus on display right there in that slow motion shot where she basically threw spray into the sky. It came down right in her face. And I mean, she just blinked for a second and you could just see the determination in her eyes. She knew she needed to finish that wave strong. I would think she probably got the best of the potential of that wave. You know, got every section nice and clean. Beautiful flow all the way through. Under duress, I would say, because there was a lot to unpack on that wave. A lot of kind of strange, odd sections popping up down the line. She maximized it. Gets a 4.77. Now needs a 6.40, which is definitely more of a bite-sized number than 8.17. Still, I would say the advantage is with Caroline Marks right now, sitting on that 5.67 and the 5.5. I mean, not just by the numbers, but also with the momentum. And now she kind of has to be feeling a little bit of the luxury of being able to pick and choose the waves she wants with a lead like that. So she does have priority, and she's just going to wait to strike.
And the biggest difference between Carissa's 3 and the 4.77 was obviously wave selection. Much cleaner wave right there. If you look at all the other throwaway scores, they're really bad waves. A lot of chop on them, not a clean face whatsoever on the 4.77. Yeah, she gets out of that mini combo that she was in right now. But a 6.4, that would have to be the highest wave score of the heat so far, and with 11 minutes to go, I just don't see Caroline Marks not bettering her low score right now. I expect her to be on a good set wave out the back, but look at Carissa working on the inside, looking for that 6, Chris.
Yeah, and here's where she could produce some of that Carissa Moore magic. That's the difference right there. You know, I think doing a backside air out here is going to be pretty difficult with some of the oddities that are coming through. But for Carissa Moore, if she can nail a front 3 on that inside section, that will be a huge statement. 10:25 on the clock. Stephanie Gilmore just got knocked out of competition, but she's gracious enough to stop in with AJ McCord for an update.
Steph, I know you would have loved nothing more than to go back-to-back here at Punta Roca, but for you, how important was it to make it this far to the semifinals? What kind of momentum are you going to carry into the last few events of the season?
Yeah, of course. It would have been awesome to go back-to-back. But, yeah, I just, I got Tyler in round 1 this event, but she's gotten me pretty much every event this year. So, yeah, that heat, I was just like, come on, man. Like, she's been really strong every heat we've had. And she took me out at Bells, she took me out at Sunset. And yeah, I was just like, just pull through. You've been surfing really good. Just stick to what you do and you should be sweet. I just couldn't get a finish out there. Like I had a good start on my first one, and I think if I finished that wave, I probably would have got a really maybe a 7, and would have been sitting in a better spot. But yeah, that's competition. Tyler's an amazing surfer. She's the world champion, of course. So yeah, they're always the good battles, but. Yeah, they're always hard to win. But yeah, sorry. Momentum for the rest of the year. Yeah, of course, it's a semi-final. It's not bad. I think I'll obviously have to get a win at some point before the finals comes around, because last year, yeah, I had the win and then I got the semis at J-Bay. So yeah, it's still possible for sure. But yeah, semis aren't quite good enough just now.
That's okay. Next stop, Rio. Congratulations.
Thanks, guys. Cheers.
Great sport right there. Always showing a lot of class. Even with a loss, Stephanie Gilmore knowing that, yeah, doesn't feel great right now, but a semifinal finish when you're looking at the whole year feels good. And talking about feeling good, nice 2-turn combo there for Caroline Marks. She's winding up through this inside.
Oh.
This wave giving her so much opportunity down the line, and it's official. She's going off. Caroline Marks right there with the combination of the day. Super fast, lightning quick through her turns, plenty of power. That's going to be probably the highest number of the morning so far. Beautiful, crisp, powerful surfing from Caroline Marks.
Yeah, I loved it. I loved this wave of Caroline's. She had priority. She used it straight up into the lip there, back up again for the second one. And it was these turns here that were just so well timed. And the wave just kept giving, so she just kept going. But yeah, beautiful surfing. I think the best, she knows it too. A little claim there at the end. But yeah, beautiful surfing there and really, really well timed.
You mentioned spontaneity earlier this morning, Chris, and I think we saw a lot of it on this wave. Every single maneuver was just a bit different, whether it was the hand positioning, the positioning of her board and her fins, and those last 2 finishing turns right at the end in the pocket. It's all about the fade for the goofy footers out there this morning, and you want to find those bowly waves like the one that Caroline just had.
See if Carissa Moore can answer back. She's up and out, and she's going to get some news now. Caroline Marks, 7.5. Highest single wave score of the day so far, and well-deserved. I mean, every turn she did was right in the perfect spot, and I love when you see a surfer who is not just building momentum in the heat, but on the wave she's riding, which is exactly what Caroline Marks did. And oh wow, with a great front row seat to the Caroline Marks fireworks show, Strider Wasilewski was right there in the mix. What did that wave look like from the back, Strider?
Looked like prime cuts. We're talking just straight off the bottom into the corner and just absolutely just annihilated each timed turn perfectly. It was so fun to watch, to see her actually have that wave just gave her the opportunity. But I mean, honestly, USA just prime cuts of just slabs, just whoop-ow, whoop-ow, hurrah, bow. Like a finish on the inside was like, when she paddled by, you could just see the confidence in her body posture and her feeling. It was just like, oh yeah, that's right, that's what we came for. And it was just perfectly timed. She waited for the wave, so looking really solid. Carissa's up against the ropes. Can she do it mentally? Let's see it.
Well, if anyone can do it, it's Carissa. And you know when Strider starts going into his bird calls, big things are happening. So you can imagine what that wave looked like from the back for Carissa Moore. You just see nose, tail spray, repeated about 5 times down the line. So with 5 minutes and 30 seconds to go, Carissa Moore now has priority. And all she needs is something good to work with, and this could be just what she asked for. Comes around that section and comes undone. And I could count on one hand the times that I've seen Carissa Moore make an error like that on what looked like potentially was going to be a great ride. What happened here?
To me, a great looking wave. Just
she slipped.
Yeah, she slipped, and also I think at the same time hit a little bit of a bump. But let's watch it in this super slow-mo here. Really have a look at what happens. Watch her feet on the board here as she leans into this bottom turn and gets that first little pump there and just kind of gets thrown off center.
A little speed bump under her board right in her mid pump through the bottom turn. So unfortunate kind of error there for Carissa Moore. For the rest of us, though, we can give ourselves some credit next time we fall for no reason. We'll, you know, even the best do it every once in a while. So Carissa Moore is going to take out her aggressions on this wave. So 2 turns there. And fighting through the finishing maneuver. So Carissa Moore now already back on the comeback path as Caroline Marks opening up and unleashing again. Looking unstoppable right now on her backhand. Caroline Marks, mistake-free surfing. She's throwing away 5.5s. And she could be throwing away a 5.67 on the strength of that last maneuver there. Big finish for Caroline Marks. I mean, Terminator-esque style backhand surfing. And I'm seeing a grin, kind of a cheeky little smile between turns, meaning that Caroline must be feeling a little extra special right now. You know, when you put a surfer like Carissa Moore up against the ropes and keep her there and keep applying pressure with each and every wave you serve, that's got to be a great feeling. That's got to give you a lot of confidence.
Well, as of right now, 3:30 to go. Carissa probably going to get her best score, Chris. Looking to at least improve on the 4.77. If not, that's mission unaccomplished. But as of right now, Caroline Marks, I think she's going to better the mid-5 as well.
3:15 on the clock. Strider Wasilewski watching this paddle underway. Not a lot of time left, Strider.
No, but smiles coming out of Carissa, so I feel like she got back on the horse. She kicked that mental note after slipping off that last wave, hit that little chop and went down, but then got the rebate on the inside under priority. So I feel like she's got some confidence getting back out to the peak. Will she get the opportunity? Marksy right behind her, though, breathing down her neck, ready for more. Marksy looked really, really sparky on that last wave as well. So there's a lot of fire coming off the rail of both these mayhems.
Well, Carissa Moore with reason to smile. A 6.4 on her last wave. That makes her requirement drop to a 6.78. So never let Carissa Moore out of your sights. If you're competing against her, you know she's got the ability to drop big scores basically anytime she needs them. Now's the time that she's going to need it, because Caroline Marks improves as well with a 6.5. That pushes her heat total to 14 points. Carissa Moore with 11.17. Now the need is a 7.60. So basically, she needs to get the best wave and put up the best performance we've seen so far in this heat with not a lot of time to do it. The good news is the glimmer of hope for Carissa Moore. She does have priority, and she's sitting out the back now.
Yeah, with 2 minutes to go, it's plenty of time as well. But as of right now, I like what Caroline's doing. She's just going to keep following her until she sets anchor. And look at that. She's going to try to take the outside, inside away from her and position herself literally right next door. This is great stuff. And we talk about a 10-year age gap in between both surfers, and obviously a championship tour experience on the side of Carissa Moore as well. But look at the amount of respect that we're seeing Caroline Marks give towards Carissa Moore. She knows that she's capable of dropping a 7.6 just like that in the blink of an eye. But with 90 seconds to go, it's going to be really hard, Chris, to get a wave like that right now.
Wondering, is there talking? Are they whispering to each other in the lineup? Is there dead silence?
I think it's dead silence. I don't think there's any talking going on. Carissa is on the ropes. Caroline's done a really good job at applying pressure this whole heat. She's built on her scores. She took off on that 7.5, knowing that it was probably, if given the opportunity, she could capitalize on that. It was going to be the best score. She did get it, 7.5, and now you can't let Carissa, who's an Olympic medalist, gold medalist, multiple-time world champion, you can't give her any space out here. If you give her the space, it's going to make her feel more comfortable, and right now Caroline's doing everything she can.
Inside of 40 seconds now as we wind down semifinal heat number 2. Either way, brilliant performance from both of these surfers, making the most out of the conditions. Carissa Moore's high score is 6.4. She just dropped that. Caroline Marks has done everything right as well, throwing away a pair of high 5s. 14 seconds left. Last chance here for Carissa Moore. Smaller wave. We'll see, she engages and is driving down the line, hunting for the ramp. Quick snap there. Gets to the air. Can't come down with it. Needed a 7.60. Unofficially, Caroline Marks is your second finalist here at the Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona. That smile tells the story. Caroline Marks, a clutch performance when needed, going up against one of the greats of our sport. Oh, that is a solid final matchup. Can't wait to see what happens next. We're going to go into the men's semifinals now. It's the Surf City El Salvador Pro. We'll be right back.
The Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona, is brought to you by Surf City El Salvador, home of the right surf. By Corona, this is living. By Shiseido, the official sunscreen of the World Surf League. And by Yeti, built for the wild.
I can hear the sound of thunder. I can hear the sound of rain. Can you hear the sound? Can you hear the sound? Can you hear the sound? Can you hear the sound of thunder?
Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona. It's finals day. Women's finals all set. Caroline Marks, Tyler Wright will be meeting up in that women's final. Let's set up our men's final, starting with semifinal number 1. Ian Gentile, the tour rookie, up against the 2022 world champ, Felipe Toledo. One of these two are going to make it into the finals. Rookie versus veteran. It's a great story out here. Cobblestone point break is the playing field here at Punta Roca. And the conditions continue to change, let's just say. I'm Kaipo along with Peter Mel. Pete, this matchup right here, you got last year's finalist, Felipe Toledo, and our defending world champ, against Ian Gentile, who has, this is his best result as of yet on the championship tour, making the semifinal.
Yeah, you'd say the David versus Goliath really is what it's about here, and nothing to lose for Ian Gentile here at all. He could have his best result, which is already there, but could see himself in a final. And what if he gets the win? What a story that would be. You know, Felipe, we expect him to be here. We expect him to win events. Ian, on the other hand, this is a new feel for him. So let's see what Ian can do here. He's had some time to think about it, right? We've had a couple days off, new lineup, new style of wave. You can see different direction, a bit more broken up. You know, vibe's still real, but a little different in the way that you got to approach this.
Here's Gentile from Paia Maui, the tour rookie. This is his first wave. Nice opening snap, just working down the line here. Just pace surfing at the beginning of this wave for Gentile. Looking for the finish. Throws the fins on that Mayhem surfboard for finish. He'll have the early advantage over Felipe Toledo, who opened up with a 2.5.
Yeah, and just another stand up there. So, you know, both those scores for Felipe aren't going to score in this at the end of it. But a good start for Ian Gentile, looking good. You know, good and free. The wave didn't have a ton of quality. As we take a look at Felipe's wave here, it's the first snap, and of course, this is what we expect from Felipe, is that style and approach, just quick in transition. In contrast to Ian, a little more paced in his approach, but I think he's looking alive and looking spicy this morning, especially in the lip. You know, the little twitch there, getting the fins out the back, keeping that momentum down the line, mixes it up with a nice healthy carve, and then he gets one final move here towards the end. And I like what he's doing here. You know, looking a little bit more energetic in his approach. And I think that's a point of difference on finals day. You got to bring a little bit more energy.
Well, his energy in that he's been rolling through this event. Elimination round, he took out world number 5, Jack Robinson. Round of 16, Ian Gentile took out world number 2, Joao Chianca. Quarterfinals, Ian Gentile took down the 2019 world champ, Italo Ferreira. So, momentum on Gentile's side as a rookie. We'll see if he can continue that momentum in this semifinal. Out in the water, we have Strider Wazalewski. What do you think of Ian Gentile and the momentum that he's had throughout this event, Strider?
Well, game plan has been everything for him. So he goes up on the rocks, he gets his meditation in, he gets out way at the top of the point and then comes in from the top. So his game plan, as well as Toledo's game plan, both working up until this point. So we're gonna see which one comes through more victorious with the game plan, because right now, his game plan, Ian Gentile, was to wait for those longer period long walls. I watched him sit out there and wait for that one. We had 2 swells in the water. We had a short period and a long period. He's waiting for those long period walls, which you saw him get multiple turns off on that wave. Toledo, right out from the inside. First thing that moved, he was on. Second thing that moved, he was on. Note, he fell on both of his opening rides. So that was a little bit of a tweak on my mind, like, how does one of the greatest of all time in these conditions fall off on his first 2 waves? A lot going on in the lineup that we can't really, get from just watching the overview. So really fun to dive into both of their game plans. Let's see which one comes through victorious.
Yeah, thank you, Strider. Well, we can take a look at the history of those 2 surfers, Ian Gentile and Felipe Toledo. Felipe Toledo, in his career, 96 events, has surfed 94 excellent heats. Felipe Toledo has scored 247 excellent wave scores. That means wave scores 8 and above in competition in his career. Rookie Ian Gentile has not yet broken into, even with these wins, has not broken into an excellent wave score as of yet on the tour, nor an excellent 2-wave heat total. So there's some room to improve for the young Ian Gentile on his first year. I mean, it's a stark contrast when you look at Ian Gentile, who's only surfed 7 championship tour events, as opposed to Felipe Toledo, who surfed 96 championship tour events.
Yeah, you can't look at the experience if you're Ian Gentile, understanding that, you're surfing against the world champ, right? So at this point, you've got nothing to lose. You got to go out there free. Don't think about the numbers. No, don't think about the fact that you haven't had an excellent score yet.
Felipe Toledo looking quick on the sharp eye, sharp on the rail for that roundhouse carve coming around this corner. Big snap, gets the fins free, no problem. Light-footed through the inside section. Toledo building up speed, pops it, and goes complete. 3.01 will take him to the lead. He's going to go to the lead right now.
You look at Felipe and, you think about what he rides for his equipment. I mean, he rides different equipment throughout different venues. We see what he brings out the quad. We see that at certain venues. You see that at J-Bay. We see that at Trestles. Here, pretty much solely been on the 3-fin. And why is that? And I feel like the thruster is a thruster for a reason. That's why it's named that. You get speed out of your turn. You get thrust out of your turn. That's what that 3-fin brings to the table, in contrast to the 4-fin, which will give you 2 fins on the rail and allows you to really punch the fins, really accelerate. So it's just a little different feel, and he feels like at this spot specifically that the thruster is going to give him that thrust. You're able to generate your own speed, whereas the quad, you don't necessarily. You can use the wave speed, as we see the rocks there still with this lower tide. We're going to have that tide increasing, but you watch how he accelerates out of his turns. That's what that middle fin will do. It's called the thruster for a reason. You see the drift there, and you don't see a whole lot of difference in his surfing, you know, and the quality of the turns from whatever board he's riding. You know, there's not a huge difference in the style of surfing. He's always going to be quick, but that's the feel, right? And the feel that he gets out of the three fin, the thrust that he drives through the maneuvers.
Gentile live action here. Big snap to open up. Coming around this corner. Needs to make up some ground. He's not going to do it. So Gentile also on a three-fin design thruster. Thruster named by Simon Anderson, the inventor of the thruster back in 1981. Also want to give a little acknowledgement to Malcolm and Duncan Campbell as well. When we look at the Bonzer design, which was also a three-fin design, a little bit of a different take on a three-fin design. But those 3 points of contact, they've been around and have changed the world of surfing ever since, you know, we've moved on past twin fins and single fins.
Yeah, and I think the thruster specifically is that the three fins are generally the same size, right? And the Bonzer, we had little smaller side fins and still had that bigger middle fin. You're able to kind of, you know, lower the surface area of that middle fin. But ultimately, Simon brought that to the table of 3 of the exact same size fins. That's where the thruster was really invented. And basically that design has not changed really since 1981. Obviously, there's going to be these subtleties and changes, you know, in different, you know, maybe a little bit bigger back fin or a little smaller back fin. But ultimately, the thruster is that way for a reason. It's a design that works in a ton of conditions.
Well, Caroline Marks, she's into the final with Tyler Wright. Let's hear from Caroline Marks.
Caroline Marks, getting things started incredibly strong in your heat. How important was it for you to come out and be aggressive, again, especially against somebody wearing that yellow leader jersey and Chris Moore?
Yeah, for sure. Like, it's super fun to surf against Carissa because she's so gnarly, so you kind of just make it simple for yourself. Like, okay, I just got to surf really good and get really good waves and be really aggressive. And I've actually hung out with Carissa a lot this week with the ISA. We're rooming together, and then we got our nails done yesterday, which is, we're both laughing because we were like, oh, a couple years ago, we probably wouldn't have done this with our competitors, but now it's like, you know, you just kind of leave it all in the water and you can be friends on land, and yeah, I have a lot of respect for her, so yeah, it definitely feels good to beat her, and that was a fun heat. I knew it was going to be hard, so I'm stoked to come out on top.
Let's talk about that wave that just kept going. I think you had about 6 turns on that wave. Walk us through what you saw.
Yeah, I mean, normally Punta Roca is like you get long, you know, a lot of maneuvers on a wave, but today's a little bit trickier, and it's kind of reminds me a little bit of last year. We kind of knew the finals day wasn't going to be the best, but there's still, you know, opportunity out there, and yeah, I'm stoked on that wave. Stoke just kept giving me wall. That's what I wanted.
What do you have to do now to get ready for the final against Tyler?
Yeah, just stay cool. It's really hot, and just drink a bunch of water, and yeah, just give it my all. It'll be fun.
We'll let you get into the air conditioning. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thanks, Amy.
Yeah, that's been the theme, is managing the heat and managing your just your energy level here, being able to switch on for your 35-minute heats and be able to switch off, calm down, conserve that precious energy. Caroline Marks, she's 2 good waves away from her first win of the season. She's had a couple of runner-ups this year. Runner-up in Sunset and coming off a runner-up finish at the Surf Ranch. Here we go, Ian Gentile. Looking loose down the line, real loose on that turn. Has to make up for some downtime with that fin release. Gentile pops it up and puts it down. Rides out and makes it complete. So a little exclamation mark on the finish of that ride, and the Hawaiian flag feeling proud.
Yeah, on the rocks at Punta Roca. Gotta love it. You know, Ian representing both Hawaii as well as Brazil. Family from Brazil. So you got to love that he is in this first semifinal of his. I liked what he did there, taking a wave, a smaller wave, and getting loose, you know, trying to showcase some, you know, a little more impact. You know, again, free out of the lip, was able to pull out the bobble there, and then really knew that there was that little bobble, so he had to do something kind of big on this section and gets that lofty frontside air reverse. Nicely done. He'll get back the lead here.
Working on that explosiveness for the finish. And that was what you were talking about, Pete, to be able to, you know, really create a score, Ian Gentile. I feel his improvement has, in a large part, been done. He's always had the surfing talent, but a large part has been some of his mentoring and his coaching, and just being surrounded by great surfers. Leandro Dora, coaching him right now, and being surrounded by guys like Iago Dora, as well as Jack Robinson, I think is helping Ian Gentile.
Yeah, I love it. You know, and just a note on the equipment that Ian's riding. He did have a bit of a crushed rail He talked about the rail that he had smashed in on one of his favorite boards for here. He actually had Papaya Surf end up fixing that board, so it's under his feet thanks to Papaya Surf.
There we go. Boom. Big air reverse working down the line for Felipe Toledo. Impactful maneuver and a high-risk maneuver done on the outside of the wave, Peter. And a fin throw to finish. Toledo's right back in it.
Yeah, and a point of difference there. Ian did his air reverse at the end of the ride, did that little tail drift at the beginning. A little bit more flow out of Felipe, I feel like. He also had the roundhouse cut back in the mix of that. So kind of similar style waves, but I feel like that the advantage is going to go to Felipe slightly just because of the fact that he had a little more risk in the beginning. You know, the note that the judges send out, this is another note sent to the competitors this morning, very similar to what it was, even though with the changing conditions. They wanted to see this style and approach of surfing at Punta Roca. You know, we have 5 elements on the criteria that are for every single event, right? The commitment and degree of difficulty, the innovation and progression, combination of major moves, variety of maneuvers, speed, power, and flow. Those are the 5 elements that are there every single time a wave is judged. But then each of these elements change slightly when it comes to different venues. And one of the things that they wanted to see here is this style of surfing. And you look at that style of surfing, everyone wants to see it. You know, we want to see them punt huge airs. We expect that today, especially with the way the style of the waves are. And the fact that he did it at the very beginning of the wave is very high risk.
Gentile finds a frothy insider, looking for a ramp, finds it, projects onto the flats, lands on his board. We'll see if there was any damage done. Previous wave for Ian Gentile, a 5.27. Gentile in the lead, but that will be a momentary lead because that last wave from Felipe Toledo, the outside maneuver, made me feel like it was excellent, and the judges agree. 8-point ride for Felipe Toledo. One judge going as high as an 8.5. Chalk up another excellent score for Felipe Toledo, and let's take that count to 248 excellent waves.
Yeah, I mean, you think about Felipe and his career, he has been a very high-scoring surfer for a very long time. Ever since his youthful career, he has brought that style and approach to his surfing. Now, as he's basically progressed on tour, he showcased that speed, but that flow is what he's been carrying now. Now his linkage, the combination of moves in between, all of that stuff is improved at such a high level, and that's why he is a world champion.
Well, last year at the Vivo Rio Pro, we saw him in Itaúna put down a perfect 10 on his way to yet another win there in Brazil. That's going to be next on the stop. So Felipe Toledo, you know, he's coming into like kind of his hot section on the championship tour after El Salvador with both Rio and J-Bay, where he's been multiple winners at both of those locations coming up on the schedule.
And a little room of improvement for Felipe is a place like Tahiti, which, you know, he's gotten quarterfinals in his realm before, but ultimately if he wants to see himself in the finals, he's got to be pulling in deep.
Yep. Felipe Toledo, 13 10-point rides in his career. You earn a 10 on the championship tour. Not only do you get that perfect score, you also get a Yeti 110 Tundra for a perfect 10. We've given away one of those Yetis so far this year, Callum Robson in Portugal. We'll see if we're going to give away more of these Yetis. 10-point ride, Yeti 110. That's the big boy of the Yeti coolers. Thanks again for all the support, Yeti.
That's right. I got my, you know, it's kept me cool through this whole week. You have your cooler that keeps that water nice and chilled, especially in this heat.
Priority now, Peter, to Ian Gentile. He has priority. His goal at the moment, a 9-point ride to turn the heat.
Yeah, I wouldn't change strategy too much for Ian. I think I like the fact that you try to catch multiple waves here, because it's not like it's super clear what is an excellent wave when it comes in. Yes, you want to choose the big ones, but even the big ones can be a challenge to ride because the swell is broken up with those 2 swells in the water. You know, generally, the bigger the waves is going to be the more, you know, commitment you're going to have, the more difficulty will be on that wave, as we see him up and riding now.
Bigger wave for Ian. Surfer from Paia, Maui, with a big snap to open up. Little check turn looking down the line, floats over that section, looking for more open face, finds open face. Tail throw, little fakey riding just for a bit, has to control a foam climb, gets caught up on the rails, and he's out.
Well, it won't go to the 8s, but I feel like there is an improvement for Ian. Much bigger wave. and getting loose. That first carve was beautiful. We hadn't seen a lot of that style today yet, being able to kind of engage that rail because of the little bumps on the wave. Now it's the water angle here, but again, just lays that one over. A lot of spray out the back. So beautiful work there. A little bobble here, but keeps it together and straight back up. And that was quick reflexes from Ian Gentile. And I do believe this will be an improvement. Most likely going to be his best wave so far. See if the judges agree. You know, I touched on the judging element that the surfers receive that text, this kind of showcasing what part of the criteria we're going to want to see. Innovation and progression was at the top of that list.
Let's go out to our water reporter, Strider Wazalewski. A little update from Strider.
Yeah, we just wanted to check in on conditions. So, you know, the wind, we had a little fluff will come up, you know, a little bit of south wind, kind of almost southeast coming across the waves. And it was, I guess you could call it air wind. But right now the wind has kind of backed off. So surface a little bit textured, but definitely a lot less wind out here than there was this morning. And then it's supposed to come up a little bit more from the west. So that's going to blow down the line with the waves, making them a lot more rippable. Another note, the tide is rising quickly. So I've seen that last wave that we saw Ian on, that wave was peeling off for maybe 100 yards. I've seen quite a few waves breaking deeper and longer up the point. So the tide filling in, I think, is improving the conditions. So I think we might see a little change in the game plan on positioning out here in the next coming heats.
Thank you, Strider. It's 9:36 a.m. local time here. We had a low tide of 7:12 a.m. at just under a foot, at 0.9 foot. Tide's on the rise until 1:24 p.m. local time. So we have about 4 hours of tide, incoming tide, Peter. And that tide is going to rise to a 6.5 high at 1:24 p.m.
Yeah, so there's an idea. It's 2 meters tide difference, which is pretty significant. So there'll be a bit of water moving. And with, you know, Punta Roca as our venue, it does like that mid-tide, almost into the higher tide, especially when you have this bumpier conditions. It kind of creates the wave rather being broken apart from what we saw earlier this morning. It'll become more of a single wave. You know, that shorter interval will still be in effect, but ultimately it will connect the entire point, which is what we want to see.
Gotta love it. El Salvador, Surf City, home of the right surf. And just flying by here, you can see the beautiful landscape and this beautiful cobblestone point. Punta Roca, one of many breaks in the region. Warm water, variety of waves.
La Libertad, you know, just in the town here, there's, you know, probably 15 different waves you can surf. Tons of restaurants, lots of sightseeing. I actually made a little run down towards that pier down there and was on the fishing pier. Got to see all the boats and how they get launched and all the fish they catch. This huge fish market. It was a fun scene to kind of go and cruise. Everybody's super friendly.
Numbers in for Ian Gentile, 6.27. Gentile now needing an 8.23. We'll see if Ian can come back against Felipe Toledo when we return to the Surf City El Salvador Pro. Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona, is brought to you by Surf City El Salvador, home of the right surf, and by Corona. This is living.
Meu nome é Felipe Toledo, eu sou surfista do Championship Tour da WSL. We got to take care of our environment, we got to take care of the world, and even if you think it's such a small, little thing that you're doing, keep doing it, because if everybody does a little bit, it's gonna be big, one day. And it's a long process, but we got to start somewhere, and we got to do it. And I'm really happy to be part of it, to be helping and learning, and I hope you guys can get inspired and start, doing it at your own place or at your beach or like at your river. I want us to be going to amazing places, clean, beautiful, and so as my kids. It's amazing. So honored to be part of it, to be helping, and to be learning a little bit more too.
Back in Punta Roca, semifinal number 1, Felipe Toledo finds the puka and finds an exit. Just a small tube ride for Felipe Toledo, who is leading Ian Gentile in this semifinal 1.
Yeah, he's got that excellent number. That's the point of difference right now.
Here goes Ian. Nice pace to begin with. Really needs to light it up, however. Snap there and kick out. The judges are actually going to owe us 2 scores for Ian Gentile. 1 score for Felipe Toledo. 9 minutes remaining. When the score is in, we will set our situation out in the water. Gentile staying busy. 1 more wave. Methodic in his approach. Throws the fins and wrestles with the white water. Unsuccessful of riding out of that closing maneuver. There's the fans packed up on our shoreside bleachers.
Yeah, gotta love it. That's the place in the shade. It's still mighty hot, upper 80s, maybe 90s. Light breeze there though. It's been off the ocean, which is nice. Kind of gives you a little relief. But I think that in that last exchange there by both surfers, Felipe and Ian Gentile, not going to factor into their top 2. It seems like Ian's adopted the similar strategy that Felipe has, and just anything that moves and gives you opportunity, they're on it. It's good for us to watch. Lots of wave action.
I enjoy it. Let's take a look at this one. This is a 3.17 that we missed during the break.
Yep, pumping down the line and to the air, a little front side grab, and
don't call it an Indy.
I didn't.
I know, of course. Of course you didn't, Pete.
Frontside air. With the, just the grab there. It was nicely done. There's a frontside ollie, which is no grab. Frontside air with the grab with your back arm, little rail. Not a ton of height there, so the amplitude really wasn't there. So the judges didn't go.
All right, Strider out in the water.
Well, Ian in there, he's just kind of ping-ponging around. I feel like kind of falling off of his game plan. I feel like I've seen so many of those good deep peaks that he has traditionally been on throughout this event, those long walls suiting his long style of surfing where he can get radical and throw up those big turns. So, I feel like that switch up, I don't like it. I know you guys like to see more waves ridden, but I like the Ian Gentile where he's just waiting for those long walls that we know he's going to do damage on.
Well, Strider, he's looking for an 8.23, right? So you think of the waves that he has been taking off on the last 3 weren't major set waves. So, how do you get an excellent number doing that?
He's trying to go to the air. He's trying to do, above the lip surfing. But right now, we're going to watch Toledo on a nice long period wall right here, flying down the line. He's winding up. He's going to go straight to the air. Big front side straight air. Beautiful work. Lofty into the lip again. Big rotation. This guy is out of control.
So true. I mean, this kid, that's what he brings. It's just an immense amount of firepower and just consistency, consistency in those radical moves.
Toledo looking to improve upon a 6.5. That is his backup score for that excellent 8-point ride. We'll take another look at this from the water. Straight ollie, and then builds up speed down the line. After that straight ollie, this is impressive. This, again, feels like excellent surfing to me, Pete.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, the combination major moves, right? He gets the front, and that's the variety. Like all those elements that I had mentioned in the criteria. Every judge is, uses those elements in designing a score for this wave. I mean, that is a big frontside ollie, good amplitude in comparison to, say, what we saw from Gentile, and comes down with speed, straight into another one. This time gets the rotation, so showcasing a little variety in that innovation.
Well, it was not just progression with that straight ollie. It was a functional maneuver. He cleared an entire section in the air with that big front side ollie. And you know what? We felt that it was excellent. It looked like it was excellent, especially the slow motion replay. And you know what? The judges, they agreed. 8.67 for Felipe Toledo. He's gone excellent two-wave total. Once again, alley-oop.
Nice.
Ian Gentile sticks that landing. Check turn there. Gentile working this off. He's going to be right back in the game if he's able to complete this ride. Layback jam, oncoming section.
Man.
Ian Gentile with a great comeback.
What, you think that's his first excellent number of his championship tour career? I would have to say pretty close.
Be, yes.
We'll see what the judges think, but man, what an answer. That's firepower. Again, a little different from what we've seen from Felipe. But yeah, I would say that he can see he's now kicking and scratching, generally moves at a little slower pace, but that one got him fired up.
Well, let's take another look. This time from the water, Pete, and this alley-oop outside was very, very impressive, clearing this section in the air.
Yeah, that's right, and the full rotation out of it, right? Again, up and over, carried a bunch of ground or water as he went over that, and then a nice carve, a little tap of the lip, and the finish. Hammers that section with a layback snap, so good variety on all those moves.
Felt good for him, and you can tell he's elevating his game in this challenge. Look at this.
Yeah, great technique in this alley-oop. Look at his feet just planted, lands on the back pad there. Probably would have liked, I mean, if I'm going to nitpick it, would have liked to have come out of there with a little more flow, but no worries, straight into this snap, and that's, again, great technique. Watch the arm drive through lower to the waist. Love it from Ian Gentile. It does, I mean, to me, I feel like this is a great answer to the wave of Felipe Toledo.
Yeah, it'll get him out of the combo that he's currently in. And that, great execution for the finish.
Yeah, it's an interesting one for that stat, that knowing that he's been, you know, surfing all this year without an excellent number.
We asked the fans who they thought would win in this matchup. 86% of you online picked Felipe Toledo. 14% of the fans picking Ian Gentile. Gentile, you can see he's in that combo. You can see the numbers populating on the bottom of your screen. That will get him out of that combination. And he's going to go into the excellent range with an 8.6.
Love it. I mean, I think he's going to be very stoked to hear that score. Still some time in this one. You know, Felipe does have priority, but ultimately that will bring a bunch of confidence to Ian Gentile. You know, being that he's been, you know, meandering around the 7s and 6s in this heat specifically, just does 6.27 as his backup.
Strider.
Ay, Dios mío. The surfistas es muy caliente. It's out of control how on fire these surfers are. I mean, watching that last exchange just got me through the roof. I think Ian really just got back to the game plan, went way deep up on the point, found himself a nugget, I think doubled up all the way across, and that big alley-oop right in front of Toledo. Toledo, though, heat IQ through the roof, decides, okay, I know what I need to do. I'm going to come back in here. I'm going to make sure I control the rest of this heat. I'm going to sit right next to him. He paddled all the way in, met him, and now he paddled all the way back out with him. So he's not going to leave him alone. There's going to have to be 2 waves in order for him to flip this heat, because Toledo's going to be on the good one.
2-minute drill for the defending world champ, Felipe Toledo. He's tracking Ian Gentile right now. Gentile needing an 8.08. Just like the area code of his state of Hawaii. But Toledo, he's going to play defense right now. And identifying this one, Toledo decides not to use his priority. Gentile, way deep. And that's just going to eat up time for the surfer from Maui. Smart play by Felipe Toledo. Let's see if he will relinquish his priority and play some offense. Sure will. Here we go. Toledo. Fin throw, opening snap. Double pump off the bottom here. Rail gauge all the way around. Little fakey riding out of that. Check snap. Inside section. Hucks it. Incomplete. Opportunity now for Ian Gentile. 1 minute for Gentile to turn this heat. Needs an 8.08, and he has priority.
Yeah, and Felipe is not going to improve on his total here. So again, needs the area code number. 50 seconds to go. He's just needing an opportunity. Will the ocean provide that for him? I feel like Ian has it if he can get the opportunity. There's a little flinch of pain there.
A little wincing happening by the defending world champ Felipe Toledo out in the water. So we will see. He's just going to take this one in and take a rest. 30 seconds on the clock. Toledo preparing for the final.
You already given it
Gentile
to him,
wants
huh?
to change. Well,
There
I
is
didn't
20
finish my
seconds.
sentence, yeah.
No, there's and I'm looking out the back, and there's not a lot there, Kaipo. It's looking pretty flat. So you're right. I think he's going to be preparing for that final.
Clock ticks down. It will be official right now. Felipe Toledo, back-to-back finals in El Salvador.
Gotta love it. I mean, the ability's there, and could see himself once again. This is that you had mentioned, the strong point of the tour for Felipe. Good job done.
Semi-final number 2 out in the water when we return. Griffin Colapinto versus Liam O'Brien. Liam O'Brien zooming off the bottom, slashing off the top.
Griffin's been ripping, and it's going to be a tough 8, but I'm looking forward to the challenge.
I'm always training, I'm always surfing, and I love what I do, so I think the progression is just going to happen naturally.
Semi-final 2, Griffin Colapinto up and riding and goes down. The yellow leader jersey on. Griffin Colapinto wants to hang on to that. How can he hang on to that? Make the final? It's his going into the Vivo Rio Pro, the next stop on the championship tour. Here's the matchup for semi-final number 2. Griffin Colapinto coming up against Liam O'Brien. And the history on these two surfers, Pete, they've met up 3 times in the past, all this year. And every single time, Griffin has gotten past Liam O'Brien. Griffin's done that at Margaret River, at Bells, and at Sunset this year.
Well, Liam's not going to be thinking about that right at the moment. This is a whole new heat, a whole new time clock, whole new venue. So thinking Liam at this point, he's going to be trying to figure out the 2 best quality waves. Griffin Colapinto had these turns on the outside before the fall, so he was able to earn just a mid-range 2.83. Trying to get loose in his approach. Rolled in with his dad this morning, kind of cruising together. Dad was driving, so he's cruising low-key, old Griffin. But if you've been following his Instagram, he's been having a ball here in El Salvador, doing all sorts of cool things beyond just in the jersey and surfing. But you talk about somebody who's having a good time and enjoying his job. Griffin is one of the best at doing that.
First time in that yellow leader's jersey with the number 99 on his back. Maxing out on that 99 number. Also, that was the number of Taj Burrow when he was on the championship tour. When Griffin got onto the championship tour 5 years ago and was able to choose a number, he rang up Taj and said, hey, I want the 99. Is that cool if I take your number? And Taj says, great. Like, it'd be an honor. And so that's the story.
Take it and run with it.
Yeah, the 99 on the back of Griffin Colapinto. Coming into this event with a ton of momentum, winning the last event over at the Surf Ranch. So will Griffin be able to get past Liam O'Brien and set up a rematch in the final against Felipe Toledo, a rematch of that 2022 final here we saw at Punta Roca?
Yeah, I guess we'll find out in the next 30 minutes. Liam O'Brien, I think his approach will be, looking for the highest quality waves. I think Griffin, on the other hand, may take that approach of, I mean, every heat's a little bit different, just riding tons of waves. We'll see Griffin up and riding now.
Eyes his section. Strong carve to start, throws the fins there. Fakey ride. Has to skip over this section. You can see the sections with this short period swell. Redirects and banks on the backhand. 2.83 was the opener. And Griffin Colapinto likely another mid-range score in his score line, just staying busy at the start of the semifinal.
That was a great example of the two swells in the water, right? So you've got this longer interval swell, a little different direction too. That's coming more out of the southwest direction. And then you have this shorter interval swell. We have this local wind swell, which means that it's generated close by, and it's only about 10 seconds in the interval. So it comes and it sweeps a little different direction, and this wave split apart because of that. This is that longer interval swell, a little more energy. Beautiful first snap. Gets that little tail waft, and then here, that energy just gets split, and he had to run over to catch the bigger part of the wave again. And another mid-range score for Griffin, but look at his technique. See how he compresses in that bottom turn, accelerates out of that. Again, shifts that weight forward so he can rotate on the nose. So good at doing that. He's just got all sorts of weapons, both backhand and forehand. And that's why he's wearing that yellow jersey.
Wave 3 for Colapinto. Carve to start once again. Nothing ahead of him, so he kicks out that one. Previous wave, a 4.67. Liam O'Brien patiently sitting with priority. We can already kind of forecast and we can see what O'Brien's strategy is. Being very selective. He's waiting for a big set.
Yeah, and of course, then Griffin, that gives him the green light, really, sitting outside of priority to do this and surf with this type of strategy. And he has that kind of firepower where he can take one single big move, or even just a shorter wave where you get two big moves and go into that excellent range. That's the kind of surfing he has. Liam, on the other hand, is going to bring his flow and his combination of major moves to the table, and he wants to be, I mean, if he's going to try and beat Griffin here, especially with priority right now, is wait for that bigger set wave, and that hopefully gives you the ability to ring or string a bunch of maneuvers together all the way down the line. This is a long point break, it's a couple 100 yards long, so that type of wave is really what you want to see all these surfers ride, but today a little bit different.
And Liam O'Brien really at home at a long point break from Burleigh Heads, Australia. This is Liam's second semifinal appearance in his career on the championship tour. His first semifinal appearance was as a wild card over at the Rip Curl Search Rottnest. That was in 2021 when we had that Aussie quaddy happen. So O'Brien, again, matching his best results so far on the championship tour. Obviously, he wants to do one better. He's in a comfortable place right now. He's been surfing really paced. He's been very patient. His wave selection has been on point. And again, when we look at the skill set of someone like Liam O'Brien coming from Burleigh Heads, it's looking
match made
like
in
that
heaven.
right there.
Yeah, match made in heaven. A little different though. You think about Australia being on the east coast. Generally, you're going to have shorter interval swells on the east coast of all coastlines, being that your storms are coming from east to west, right? So they move across, and generally, like we're here now in the Pacific, we have this huge ocean that these storms can come up from the southern hemisphere. They're going to have long intervals. So it is a little different in that realm of things, but, Liam, a ton of experience going around, not just surfing in Australia. He's been, globally renowned and surfed all sorts of different waves. And Darren Hanley, his shaper, is going to be able to design surfboards that are going to work in all types of waves as well. So very comfortable. Again, Liam going to be waiting for those bigger set waves, and here it looks like an opportunity for him.
Decision time for lob. Liam O'Brien paddles over that first one. Again, we asked the fans before this heat to pick their favorites. 78% go with Griffin Colapinto, 22% with Liam O'Brien for our fan picks.
looking at, who is working with these surfers, Lob pretty much cruising on his own. He had a lot of his buddies around for a lot of, but it doesn't look like those guys are around. They've all moved on, probably jumped on planes, heading to the next venue. Lob was cruising solo, had his earphones on.
Yeah, and speaking of coaches, let's hear from one of our coaches in the water, Strider.
Yeah, we're here with Tommy Whitaker. He's Griffin Colapinto's coach, kind of a mentor, a life coach, so to speak, having a good time with each other. And it looks like 2 different game plans going on in the water right now for these 2 surfers.
Yeah, absolutely. Liam's a really smart competitor and been really ripping this year. He's taking his sort of free surfing and training into heats and stepped up his game. So he's playing what we thought. He's going to wait for the real nice waves to look at, and we'll be ready to match that.
All right. And speaking of matching that, obviously, if the sections present themselves, it's finals day, above the lip.
Absolutely. Griff's so ready to surf. He just watched Phil go absolutely crazy, and Ian went mad too. And when Ian went crazy, he looked at me and he's like, it's showtime. So that's a mentality you got to bring at this level. These guys are all going sort of crazy, and even at the lower seeds, these guys are dropping huge scores, so we're ready to go.
All right, well, if you need a coaching staff, there's no room over here on Tommy Whitaker's plan, but you know what? He's one of the best in the world. Tommy's out here for Griff.
And I had mentioned that in regards to Tommy Whitaker and his approach to coaching. He doesn't really, he will do event-based coaching, but ultimately he likes to kind of work with a surfer throughout a whole entire season, because we always say it, cliche, it's a marathon, right? You got to take your time. You got to be able to manage the entire season to be able to make the cut, and then find yourself in the final 5, and then at that point get yourself that world title. I mean, that's the roadmap, and in order for Tom, he wants to see it work the entire season.
Yeah, speaking of world title, Griffin Colapinto, has yet to crack that final 5 and make his way into the Rip Curl WSL Finals at Trestles. That's going to happen, which is Griffin's home break, finishing number 6 in the world, just up below the cut line in 2021, finishing number 7 in the world just last year, again painfully behind the cut line for Griffin Colapinto. Will this be the year where he can find himself a final 5 slot? And Peter, given that that is his home break, lower Trestles, if he makes the final 5, what's his chances, Griffin Colapinto's chances of a world title?
When you look at the roster on the championship tour, and who can beat Felipe at that venue, Felipe lives in San Clemente as well. Wouldn't necessarily call that his home break, but has enough experience at Trestles, and obviously has won a world title there, and one of the best surfers to do it at Trestles. He would be the next best surfer in my mind that would be able to challenge Felipe in that Rip Curl WSL Finals. So I would love to see it happen, and with the result here, obviously already a semifinal, maybe gets himself into the final. His odds are very high that he'll keep his slot in that final 5.
I concur. Well, let's hear from the Maui boy, Ian Gentile. Semifinal finish here in El Salvador's gotta feel good.
Ian, you have locked in your best finish on the CT so far. I know you would have loved to have one more heat in you, but how big of a step was this for you?
Yeah, like you said, it's a huge step, to get through some rounds and just to perform like that. I just feel like I've been sort of trying too hard. And even in that heat, I had some moments where I was like, didn't need to be pushing, maybe a little more down the line and flowy. Could have just gotten me into a better rhythm, from the start, and then I wouldn't have been comboed for like most of the heat. But I'm really stoked with this performance, and I'm looking forward to the rest of the year.
How are you going to carry the momentum into the next few stops?
And just surf.
Keep it simple, huh? Yeah. Okay, we'll see you in Brazil. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So Ian Gentile, his season, or his stop here in El Salvador, ends in the semifinals. Felipe Toledo is on to the finals, but it is so hot out here, you guys. He went straight into the locker room, make sure he's doing everything he can to make sure he's ready, his body is ready for his finals against whoever comes out of this second heat.
All right, thank you, AJ. Liam O'Brien did finally pull the pin and utilize his priority during that interview. We'll take another look at that opening 3.33 for Liam O'Brien. So, waited a long time, Peter, for a below mid-range score.
Yeah, 35-minute heat, went all the way down to 14 minutes, or a little less than 14 minutes to get his first wave, and pulls the trigger for a 3.33. Not exactly what he would have liked. But at some point you gotta start going, right? And that wave looked like it had some quality for him. It just didn't turn out that way. Nice size set wave here. You can see pumps down the line, had to carry a lot of speed to get there to that open section, and just didn't have that vertical face. And then the fall, and that's unfortunate for Liam. He's got to shake that one off and turn it around and see what Griffin does now strategically. Does he be a little bit more patient?
Coming off that replay, something that I'd identify is that with this shorter period swell, this broken up swell, combination of swells, a surfer's ability to skip sections down the line, like we saw Felipe Toledo do, is going to be key in getting those big scores.
Yeah, I would agree. And what happens too, I think, is that you're going to see certain sections that are going to give you that steepness and that criticalness, which the judges want to see. So you got to be able to execute at that moment. And they're going to be quick flashes of it. It's not like it's going to be this nice, beautiful, long wall where you can kind of start to look where you're going to do your big turns. It's going to be there, and you got to be there with speed, and you got to execute that. So being quick on your feet, which we see with Felipe, we also see Griffin is able to do that. Liam is too, but at that one there, unfortunately, it just didn't work out for him.
Yeah, the fast twitch muscles are going to be coming into play. Griffin Colapinto now with the advantage heat control midway through this heat to Griffin Colapinto with the lead and priority. He's happy to have the clock tick down. He's got plenty of time for a big set wave, and when that set wave comes through, he's first in line.
Gotta love what Surf City has been able to do here. You know, there's a lot of focus on La Libertad in this region, and Surf City being that they're promoting the fact that there is great waves here, and it's awesome to see, and definitely someplace that I would come back to visit.
100%. Just north of here, we have La Bocana, Sunzal, El Zonte, where we're staying, which is super fun. K59, K61, Mizata. We've been able to check out some of the waves over there. Wave-rich country.
Very consistent.
Colapinto here. Lip glide to start. Another lip glide working his way down the line. Talking about the sections. A lot of sections in this wave. Forced the air reverse. Does get the completion behind him. Lob. Smoother face for O'Brien, but he kicks out as that wave closes out. O'Brien now keyed in on gaining priority halfway through.
Yeah, and that's a smart move there. That wave didn't have a ton of scoring potential down the line, and not going to be a huge number for Griffin. You know, that lateral surfing to try and get down to at least an opportunity to showcase that style of surfing, but then had the opportunity and fell. So Griffin's score going to be limited as well. Love what he's doing here. Nice size set wave, but see that it's broken up. So today you've got to punch yourself down the line, and that's what Griffin has done with those two floater sections, but then the wave flattens out. Last section there kind of forced the reverse. He does pull it off. I'm sorry about that. He did pull it off, but it's not going to be a major number. It will maybe add to his two-wave total, but ultimately at the end of this thing, you'd think that these numbers need to be much higher.
Got to put your section skipper hat on today and be able to fly through those sections and really connect the dots, and connect the dots with explosiveness as well.
Yeah, and flow. Like, I think that today, you know, if you can, which Griffin has a great job of doing, is, you know, in those choppy, in those weird conditions, being able to just, you know, showcase that smoothness in his approach, but still have that radical approach. Griffin's, that's why he's wearing that yellow jersey.
Still waiting for score for Griffin Colapinto. See if it improves upon his two-wave scoreline. Anything over a 2.83, he is going to improve upon that scoreline. Early indication is that he will continue to amass points. A flat 6 for Griffin Colapinto. So even though he was searching down the line, the judges like that finish. 6-point ride, 4.67. Liam O'Brien now needs a 7.34 to take the lead off of Colapinto. Colapinto eyes up on a wide one. Here he goes. Wave 5 for the surfer from San Clemente. Looking down the line, looking for a ramp. Pops over that section. Snaps there. Nice pivoty reverse, but gets caught up on the outside rail, goes down. 16 minutes, 45 seconds. We're going to take a break right now. Griffin Colapinto in the lead. Semifinal number 2. We'll be back for the conclusion of the semifinal after this.
WSL One Ocean is a global initiative to inspire our surf community to protect and conserve our one ocean. Today, we are joining forces in El Salvador with Paso Pacifico and Oriente Salvaje to protect El Salvador's well-known rivers from impacts of plastic pollution.
These river intercept devices are very important because we have to stop plastic pollution before it reaches the ocean.
No solo colocar estas riobardas aquí en Punta Chilama, donde está nuestra querida ola de oro, que es Punta Roca, sino que en toda la zona costera de Surf City, que son más de 70 spots buenos para surfear, porque si no cuidamos nuestra ola, ya no vamos a tener más surf.
Para mí es súper especial estar participando en estas cosas así porque a mí me interesa bastante estar ahí porque me gusta limpiar el mar.
Show us what you're doing to protect our one ocean by posting on social media with the hashtag WSL One Ocean and tagging WSL and WSL One Ocean in your post.
Griffin Colapinto as we return to semifinal number 2. Colapinto banking off that section. Long bottom turn to clear some water there. He's got some pace. A little extra pepper on the end of that final turn for Griffin Colapinto. He's in the lead over Liam O'Brien, and he will extend that lead with a score over 4.67. O'Brien behind him, a little bit behind the section to start, and decides to kick out. Wise decision from the Australian. He'll hang on to priority. We will wait for the score for Griffin Colapinto. It's Keipo along with Peter Mel. Colapinto looking like he's gaining momentum.
Well, he carried a lot of speed on that wave. I mean, that was one thing that he does. And he looks so easy. He just carries it, no worries. And that one, a little bit bigger wave. It feels to me like there will be an improvement. Nice size set wave here. We kind of caught this at after this first turn. So just a nice snapping carve here. That's where we came to the wave before. Accelerates off the top and up and over. He would have loved to have gotten some drift out of that, but then just whips that final turn. So good combination of moves there. Yeah, it won't go excellent, but it's going to be a number that I feel like a bit of improvement.
Strider, you got the water.
Yeah, you know what, Griffin looking over, big, good nods on the head, feeling good. Like obviously talking about in his own mind what you guys are talking about to the screen and everybody out watching. It's an improvement, and that's something that you feel like you're building momentum throughout the heat. For a surfer like Liam O'Brien, he hasn't really found a wave that he wanted, and watching these wide ones come in, you could see Liam looking over his shoulder, like, oh, is my game plan working? Like almost like defusing almost. You watching him, and Griffin kind of more reactive in this heat. So we saw Toledo more reactive in his heat. It worked out for him. Right now, Griffin more reactive. It's working for him.
6th wave for Griffin Colapinto, clocks in at a 7.33. O'Brien, you can see it on the screen, needs a perfect wave if he wants to surf out of this into the lead on a single score. He does have time, however, to kind of chop that up into 2 7-point rides. Will give him a lead if he wants to do it in 2 feet.
And I like what Griffin's been able to do too. He's not really making sure that he's all the way to the outside before he turns on a wave. He's been an open mind. And, executing on waves, it just looked like there's some potential on the very first section, and then riding it out, being spontaneous in that regard, and it's worked out for him.
There's the scores. One judge went up into the 8 range for last of Griffin Colapinto. What's been impressive to me watching these last couple of waves from Griffin Colapinto in this sectiony point break today, Pete, is the projection that he's getting out of his turns. Not just bottom turns, but we saw him on a top turn kind of bash the whitewater and project out of that turn back into the open face.
And with speed, right? That was the whole thing. He was actually gaining speed off the top turn. Generally, you lose speed through a maneuver, but not with Griffin on those. And those are functional. There's also, he's throwing spray when he does that because he's accelerating through the lip. And that attack has basically paid off really well. Judges like that one. I think that was a good number considering that, he was a lot of lateralness to that wave. But I think that the judges picked up on the acceleration and the speed out of the maneuvers.
A reminder to the viewers that Griffin Colapinto, he will make his own destiny as far as the yellow leaders jersey. He makes it into the finals. He will keep yellow as a uniform going into the Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona. Stop number 8 on the championship tour, kicking off June 23rd. So Griffin makes the final. He can plan around a yellow jersey.
Yeah, and last year did not have a good showing in Brazil. losing out in that elimination round to Dela, who was a wild card. So that was a pretty devastating loss, especially considering that he was trying to get himself into that final 5. So hopefully that doesn't happen for him this year. But hey, every surfer, even the wild cards, are deadly here on this tour.
O'Brien. Lob off the bottom, chops it off the top, hucks the fins. Long bottom turn, single bottom turn there, slash mid-face. Another chop off the top for the Australian. Waves a little disjointed on the inside here, but stands up a bit. And he goes through a series of S-turns, looking for the finish. Gets it. And rotates out. So best wave so far for Liam O'Brien and the Australian support squad.
There's his
here
crew.
on the stairs.
I didn't see him this morning, but they're there now in force, so they have not left the scene. Good to see. Liam O'Brien's got his support squad there, and he's got himself out of that situation. He's not going to need a perfect score now. He's going to lessen that in this last 9 minutes. So again, Liam's so smart. We all touch on how good he is in reading heats.
Here comes Griffin Colapinto, bashes off the top. Projection out of that lip bash. Easy glide here. Nice snap. One more time to the lip. Great timing for the finish. Griffin Colapinto plays the drums on the way out. Little solo for Griffin Colapinto.
Yep, smashes it, and he's going to get an improvement once again. Nice bigger wave. Great flow on that wave. Attacking the lip. So it feels like each time he's been, thinking about what is he going to do. Got to better that next number. I think he's done that once again. So we'll see these two numbers fall into the top 2 for both surfers.
The surfers in pretty close proximity right now. Strider, paddle battle happening.
Yeah, we got a mean one coming up right here. We got Liam O'Brien paddling strong, trying to cut him off at the pass. Griffin really identified afterward. He kind of took his time, and then he's like, oh no, I got to get going. So he's kicking and scratching right now. I love it, and so is Liam O'Brien behind him. He's not going to give up. I love this kind of stuff. This is where the real competitive aspect comes in. This next priority is going to change the entire dynamic of this heat. Whoever gets priority, I think, is going to win this heat.
Well, and it's again, you're thinking about in this heat, this is going to take a lot out of you. Those paddles, especially when you're trying to get these deep breaths, and there's not a lot, as it did gift it to him now.
Priority to Griffin Colapinto on that paddle battle. We're still waiting for 2-wave scores. Likely Liam O'Brien will improve upon his 2-wave total with this effort right here.
Beautiful first turn. Again, fins free, up and over. You see how he pushed all that weight into the middle of the board to keep himself in that wave. One of the things that happen if you push too hard is you go out the back of the wave. But Liam, knowing that, and pushes his weight to the front of the board, and then just rode this wave. Didn't have enough more critical sections here, but again, trying to get that little tail reverse there at the end. You could have done all sorts of things. But look at this, straight up. Punches the fins. Look at that front foot goes forward. Same with the back foot. Knocks that knee in. That puts all that weight forward on the board. Comes out of it straight into another bottom turn. Little layback snap on the second move. That's that combination of major moves. And the number's in. Now looking at Griffin Colapinto. Have yet to see what this number's done, but the very first turn was attacking in the critical section. That's that first section is all important, and he did well. All the way to the finish there, he was attacking the lip. Wasn't any real on-the-face style maneuvers. It was in the lip the whole time. Judges will love that because that's that critical section. Again, right there, you see how these surfers, they'll go straight up at the last second and then drift the fins. It's almost like a speed check just to be able to make sure that they're not going to blow out the back. And one of the best at it is Griffin Colapinto, and look at that. Big number.
Colapinto needs to play the drums. A little solo for Colapinto, and why not? 8.17 for Griffin Colapinto. He gets another excellent wave to his credit, and he's got a big lead over Liam O'Brien. O'Brien's last wave was a 5.93. So Colapinto putting a lot of pressure on Liam O'Brien. Look at those numbers there, a couple of 8.5s.
Yeah, well, and Liam had an answer. He was getting himself back into the heat. And of course, Griffin, next wave, applied the pressure way back onto Liam. Now needs a 9.57. First he needed a 10. So really, in that exchange, it didn't do much for him.
Yeah, that 8.17, Peter, that was Griffin Colapinto's 56th excellent wave score of his career. And mind you, he's just on his 5th season on the championship tour. So some hot numbers for Griffin Colapinto in his young career.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, he's got wins, right? And producing 8+ numbers consistently is the key to obviously making the cut, but it's the key to getting into the Final 5, and ultimately the key to winning world titles is you've got to produce excellent numbers, and a lot of them. You think about Kelly Slater and his career stats, there's a lot of excellent numbers in that man's, in heat wins, as highest heat winning percentage, considering how long he is been on tour, to have that high of a heat winning percentage, one of the highest of anybody.
Kelly Slater? Yeah. 842 heat wins in his career.
And you'd have to say a lot of excellent numbers to combine with that. Almost too many to count.
Yeah. Well, actually 325 excellent weight. I'm just going to stop throwing out numbers right now. We're down to 3 minutes and 40 seconds in this heat. Heat control to Griffin Colapinto, the lead and priority. He's going to let Liam O'Brien have this one. O'Brien needs a 9.57, chucks that one away. Wise decision by Griffin Colapinto.
Not going on that wave, knowing it was going to close out. It was only going to give Liam the opportunity for one big move. That's that pressure that has been applied by Griffin each and every time that he just thinks he's getting to fight back, and then all of a sudden, boom, the drum solo goes on to Liam. And Liam's just, with 3 minutes to go, you'd have to say odds are very, very low that he's going to get the number needed at this point in the heat.
Yeah, I mean, especially with the control at the end of this heat, Griffin Colapinto, his old coach, Jake the Snake Patterson, used to call him the sponge, on how he was able to absorb information and strategy. And Griffin Colapinto, knows how to play out a heat. He is going to run this 3-minute drill with some defense, as you're going to see him zigzagging back and forth with that priority over Liam O'Brien. How's O'Brien going to get away from this, Pete? How does he escape Griffin Colapinto and obtain a near-perfect score?
There is no escaping. It's at this point, there's a region on the point that you're going to be seeing where these bigger set waves. What he's hoping for is a situation where there's a couple waves in the set, and Griffin ends up going on a wave that doesn't improve his situation, and Liam gets the golden ticket perfect wave that comes his way, and he gets the best number he probably ever had, a 9.8, something like that. That's what he's got to hope for, but you got to keep that optimism there. You can't give up until the final hooter. So at this point, he's trying to find a little separation, but he's got to sell Griffin on a wave, and there's hopefully another wave behind it.
I don't think it's too early to talk about right now. We got 90 seconds remaining. What about the rematch? It looks like we're going to have a finals rematch between Felipe Toledo and Griffin Colapinto once again here at Punta Roca.
Yeah, and the odds are that we were going to see that. You always like the underdog stories with these two, and we had 2 heats to see that unfold, but it didn't. Just too strong are Griffin and Felipe. So, this matchup is going to be obviously the matchup that a lot of people want to see, because these are one of the 2 best at these right-hand point breaks, especially these style of point breaks, which gives you the opportunity to go above the lip. And last year, it was won by Griffin Colapinto in the last few seconds, right? It was a great matchup, and I'm excited to see what's going to happen today.
Well, we're 50 seconds away from it being official for Griffin Colapinto. Has been looking sharp. We saw that, working with Matt Biolis, he had that magic reading board last year. They took a similar approach to equipment this year. It looks again to be working for him. And really obvious in the skill set that we've seen both with Felipe Toledo and Griffin Colapinto is that ability to skip sections in this broken up point break today. That's presenting itself as the playing field.
It is. And again, just the adjustments. I mean, surfers as a whole are going to have to deal with the fact that things change, and they change quickly. They don't always go to forecast. So you're innately, you're designed to deal with that kind of situation. So it's not something that's foreign. And the guys who adjust the best are the ones that, make it through.
Nice adjustment there, Griffin Colpinto, and some great surfing. Look at the numbers: 8.17, 7.33, 15.5, two-wave total. He's in the final, along with Felipe Toledo. Speaking of finals, after this break, women's final on the way, Tyler Wright, as well as Caroline Marks.
It demands me to show up completely. So that's what I did. Kind of just make it simple for yourself. Like, okay, I just gotta surf really good and get really good waves and be really aggressive.
It all comes down to this. The women's final at the Surf City El Salvador Pro will feature Tyler Wright versus Caroline Marks. Chris Cote here with Felicity Palmatier and Mitchell Salazar. And we are excited and honored to bring you all the action in this 40-minute final. So we've extended the time frame here. That's going to give these surfers a lot more time to work, a lot more time to work out which waves to take off on, and that tells us that we're going to see some big numbers in this final matchup. I got to throw it out there. First and foremost, who is the favorite to take this win? I'm just pulling the rug right out from underneath you. What do you got, Felicity?
I think this is really evenly matched, not the answer you want. But they're just two absolute powerhouses. I feel like they've got really low center of gravity. They are able to wind up off the bottom. They've got so much power off the top. Obviously, the difference is goofy foot versus regular. Tyler being the regular foot, Caroline being the goofy. Oh, I don't want to see the first exchange before I make any big calls. I think this is really, really evenly matched, and I really think out of the whole week, these women have just put together really smart heats, but they've obviously been both surfing really well too. So,
well put, well put. We'll accept that answer. Somewhere right in the middle. Mitchell, what do you think? Who's got the advantage here?
I'm gonna go Caroline. I'm going to go Caroline Marks to drop the highest heat total out of the two in the first, surf that they had this morning in the semifinals. And I just think with the waves and the amount of tie that we're going to be seeing in this heat, I just think advantage goofy footers right now. And I think she has something to prove, too. Back-to-back finals right now, coming off of a runner-up finish at the Surf Ranch. And this event was a good event for her last year, at least a semifinal performance, Chris. So I see her taking the win out in this one.
All right, you've got Caroline with a ton of momentum coming in here, 37 minutes on the clock. It looks like we could have our first wave of our women's final. It's going to be Caroline Marks. Her backhand has been stellar throughout the morning, and it continues to be so. Beautifully placed opening turn. Nice setup turn there on her second. Caught up a little bit through the bottom turn there, but gets the finish. Rides out clean. Had to pause there because it's a very unpredictable end section there. 36:38 on the clock. Strider Wasilewski in the channel with an overview of the action. What's going on, Strider?
I just wanted to get in on the conversation about, who we thought was going to win this thing and how it was going to go. You know what? I'm just going off strictly the Vizsla Shaper rankings, and we got a Mayhem in the water, and I want that Mayhem to win. So Caroline Marks, let's go.
Okay, you're going surfboards. Well, you got Tyler Wright on Pizel-shaped equipment out in the lineup right now. So a lot to unpack here early on. That first score for Caroline Marks, that's going to be the pace set by the goofy footer. And it's always fun to have a goofy versus regular matchup, just for surfing purists who love to see probably the most classic rivalry ever with the stance conversation there. But I'm just loving how Caroline is able to fit right in that power pocket of the wave. I think she's kind of maximizing the potential of these small little wedges that are coming through this, especially in the mid portion of these waves.
For sure. I think this wave she took off on, it offered up that first really good section, which she got to and timed really well. But this last bit of this wave was really, really hard to read. She did really well to ride out in front of this bit of foam here. She knows it's the final. She wants to make this wave count. That wave actually had quite a bit of shoulder to it. It didn't really run off down the line. And it kind of brings me back to that same sort of conversation we've been talking about the last few days, is that goofy and regular are going to be looking for different waves. And now as the waves are improving, as the tides are filling in, we're seeing longer waves being ridden.
And better waves coming through. Here we go. Tyler Wright building speed down the line. Huge section to work with. Flies out the back of that wave. That will be a non-factor in this final. 34:50 on the clock. These surfers have gone head-to-head in the past. Not as many times as you may think. WSL stats tell us the story of this goofy versus regular matchup from the beginning. It's 2-0 for now for Tyler Wright. Average heat score, that's on Tyler as well. Max heat score, same story there. So if you look at the numbers, Tyler Wright has an advantage. Of course, numbers don't call into consideration the waves that we have on hand here. And what we've been seeing for the better part of the last hour is the conditions improving. It's just getting better and better. This tide's starting to fill in a little bit. Mitchell, do you think they're looking for the same type of wave as they saw earlier this morning, or have things changed enough that their wave selection strategy has changed as well?
They've improved. The waves have, of course. I think the surfers have recognized that, when the men were out there too, they were selecting two different types of waves as well. But I think you just need to adjust it to your own personal style. We were talking about this Felicity, and we were actually both up there in the Red Bull Athlete Zone for both semifinals on the men. Both Tyler Wright and Caroline Marks were locked in on conditions. You can see right here a smaller wave, Chris, for Caroline.
Yeah, so far, I think Caroline's backhand, she's just been relentless throughout the whole day. I mean, expertly dissecting every section that's come her way, showing us a lot of power. This is going to be a big test for Tyler Wright. I mean, she's passed all the tests in the past, world champion, all the accolades, the makings of an absolute Hall of Fame type surfer in Tyler Wright. But the same could be said for Caroline Marks, although the final end boss is something that Caroline has not faced yet. She's been in contention for a title, but now in the Rip Curl WSL Finals era, Caroline Marks yet to really make that final push. Could this be her year, Felicity?
Well, it's looking good already. I mean, fresh off the back of another final finish here into El Salvador, another finals. Things are looking good in the back half of the year here for Caroline, and I like her chances when it comes to waves like Jeffreys Bay. She surfs so well out there. Then we've got Tahiti as well. She's on her forehand, so you've got to think that that's up her alley as well. I know she's put in a bit of time there over the years. So moving forward, I like what I'm seeing already. 2 final finishes in the back half of the year. It's looking good.
Well, this first score comes through for Caroline Marks. It's a 4.83. A decent number there, right in the mid-range. Not necessarily cartwheeling into the pit, but definitely getting things going. Mm-hmm. We haven't seen incredibly loud surfing yet here in this final. We will. I did like Tyler Wright's, I don't know if it was quite an air attempt, maybe more so of just kind of a maneuver to get her back in the position, but I wouldn't mind seeing Tyler Wright try to find a few ramps here, show us her fins. She's capable of big things, and here we go. Late drop for Tyler Wright. Comes around this section. So patented TW. Pair of carves right there, but hung up on her second turn. Obviously, it's very early here, but second turn kind of indicates that maybe she's just a little bit frustrated. Or is it too early to say?
I don't know. For me, I just think maybe it wasn't the wave that she really wanted, and I think she probably knew that halfway through that second turn. We got to see the end of that wave and how it all panned out, and really it wasn't offering the kind of finish that she would have wanted, especially being a final here. So first maneuver, open face carve, goes into this second section, but you can already see the wave kind of getting a bit short. She gets hung up there, but look here, the rest of this wave is pretty fat. It's not really going to give you that sort of exclamation mark finish that you want in a final.
Yeah, no need to try to advance through this heat, being the finals. I like that, you know, Tyler Wright knowing that she doesn't necessarily need to waste her time and or energy on a wave that's not going to give her something above the 6-point range. You would think, right, once you start getting 6s or 7s, those are going to be some really meaningful points. A 4.83 here in the finals. It's a nice tidy start, but nothing groundbreaking just yet.
Well, it's a good backup score if you have an 8 or a 9, but as of right now, Caroline looking for something to be her best, Chris. Good looking wave here.
Oh, she is locked into a gem here. Nicely placed turn there. This wave trying to run away from her. She catches right up to it. So forceful through every turn, even the setups, throwing tons of spray. This wave starting to build into this inside section. 12 o'clock snap there for Caroline Marks. So most likely will delete a 2-point ride out of her scoreline. She'll be hanging on to the 4.83 for now.
Well, I think the composure that she was able to present on that wave to me was really the aspect of surfing that stood out the most. And especially in a high pressure situation too. She had a priority, needed that wave, great opening snap right there. It did take her a while to come around this section, and that might not look as good on the judges' scorecards. But once she gets back out to the open face, I thought the surfing was great. And you need to be otherworldly when it comes to these sections right here. And I thought that was perfect timing on that last snap. You talk about the 2 biggest sections of the wave. She took advantage of them, Chris, and she should be dropping her best number right here.
And that was great. Great surfing, a lot of flow, really just engraving her name on the face of that wave with authority. Right there, just kind of opening up her case to the judges, right? It's all about, you know, showing them exactly what they want to see. They have been fully transparent with every surfer in the draw. This is what we're looking for. This is what we want you to do on the waves that you catch. So Caroline Marks right now, she's going to be running away with this, but you know, we're still inside of 30 minutes, so there's plenty of time for this story to develop a little bit more. Number comes through for Caroline Marks. What a way to start. A 6.33 paired with a 4.83. Caroline Marks now with an 11.16 heat total. That means Tyler Wright needs an 8.49 to get back into this final. 28 minutes on the clock. Caroline Marks making her way back into the lineup. That gives us the chance to catch up with Griffin Colapinto standing by with AJ McCord.
Griffin, on to the finals, but you really made a little bit of took your time in getting your best 2 waves in that heat. Last 2 waves, your best waves. How did you want to build on that heat as it developed?
Yeah, I just wanted to start attacking because there are a lot of waves. Like, you can catch waves from a lot of different spots out there. It's almost like a right-hand point beach break. So I was just like, oh, I'll just ride waves and hopefully get into a rhythm. And then I felt like that's what I did. And I was really trying to be super aggressive with my turns, and I was kind of falling here and there. So that was kind of my hardest part of that heat, was just getting over that hurdle of like, oh, you're falling, and then being able to like pull it back and just complete. So yeah, I'm super excited to be in the final of Philippe. That's so exciting for me, and yeah, can't wait.
What is it about that rematch that excites you so much?
Well, just him and I have had the best battles over just last year and this year, and it was a really close final last year, and every time we seem to surf against each other, we just go all out and go for big stuff. So I'm really excited.
We're excited too. Get cool. We'll see you in the finals.
All right, thank you.
Love the confidence with Griffin Colapinto, and just, the nuance with his post-heat interview. Basically, telling us all what he's learned and why he's become so consistent. The ability to say, look, pull it back just a little bit, start making these maneuvers that you're trying. It's great to go all out, but you got to know when to say when and when to push. Here we go. That is your final. Felipe Toledo versus Griffin Colapinto. So Griffin slashed his way through Connor O'Leary, Liam O'Brien to make it to the final. Felipe, you got to go through Kano Igarashi and Ian Gentile. Love that matchup. I think surf fans around the world are very excited to see what happens next. In just about 26 minutes, we will see Felipe Toledo and Griffin Colapinto hit the lineup. Curious, the drum solo claim by Griffin Colapinto. I really, in my heart, feel like that was a Phil Collins in the air tonight style claim. And if that's the case, thank you, Griffin. To me, that kind of energy level that Griffin is carrying right now, it's going to be tough for Felipe. I mean, he is, I would say, you know, if you look at what we have here wave-wise, you'd have to say Felipe Toledo is the best surfer in the world in waves like this, according to his proven track record. But if you've watched enough Griffin Colapinto at places like T Street, small lower trestles, Huntington Beach on a totally average day, you'll see pretty clearly that he is nearly unmatchable in waves like this as well. So it's going to be a nice, solid, even matchup in our men's final. But with 24:58 here in our women's final, we've got Caroline Marks in the lead with a 6.33 and a 4.83, and we've got Strider Wasilewski on the case from the channel.
Yeah, I just want to get in on the scores, the judges' numbers, the talk up in the tower. You know, I really like the fact that we've got kind of a subdued number there for Caroline. I just watched Tyler Wright take off on a wave and rip into the corner so hard. If she would have came out of that, we would have saw those numbers jump up into the excellent range. So there's a lot of room there, and I like the fact that they've left the room there for the surfing that can be done in this final. Tyler Wright just aggressive and attacking. So if she comes away with some of those turns, we're going to see those excellent rides start to post. And I like the fact that, you know, we're mid-range scores are coming in, and I think that Caroline's going to have to turn it up to really take this final.
Thank you, Strider. 24:07. You know, if you're going to turn up, now's the time to do it.
I think a big topic to bring up right here in terms of obviously U.S. surfing, both competitors, you know, that are probably the marquee surfers in both finals matchups, Caroline Marks and Griffin Colapinto. Huge moment for surfing in the United States. I mean, Griffin leading right now the rankings. He's the first person from mainland U.S. to lead the rankings on the men's side since Kelly Slater did. On the women's side, Caroline Marks, she hasn't been able to qualify for the Rip Curl WSL Finals in both iterations, and this is a massive moment. We talk about people qualifying for the WSL Final 5. You need to do it by winning events. 2 finals, that's great, but where's the win? You have 3 final opportunities right now. You need to capitalize, and you need to close out. What's the saying, Chris? Coffee's for closers? She better earn her cup of coffee this afternoon right now. You're leading with 23 minutes to go. You have priority. That move to San Clemente, to me, around 8 years ago, was essential to her being so versed in different kinds of conditions of waves. You weren't going to have the development that Caroline has right now if she would have stayed in Florida. And I think that decision to move to Southern California was huge for her.
Yeah, I fully agree there. And I think some big news for Caroline Marks fans out there in the world. She's going to be in the top 3, regardless of what happens in the next 22 minutes and 40 seconds. So at the moment, Caroline Marks inside that Final 5 conversation, exactly where she belongs. It was almost confusing as to why she wasn't in the Final 5 talk for the past couple of years. And I think there were some injuries involved. She took some time off. So, I think we're seeing now Caroline Marks back at 100%, which is awesome for all of us Caroline Marks fans, but is definitely going to be worrisome for the rest of the field that she's going to be going up against, because when Caroline Marks is on, she is right there with everybody else. Skill level, power, precision. So expect a big finish of this season for Caroline Marks, especially if she can get a win here. I mean, that is a momentum blast going into Rio.
That, and then also, I mean, if she does crack this final 5, you've got to think she's going to be on home turf there. So that's going to be really exciting, you know, at lowers, and competing there and seeing her compete would be amazing, especially not making it yet. So I know it's still a while away, but yeah, she'd definitely be thinking about that as well. We've just seen Tyler have a couple of sniffs at a few waves, so she's definitely looking to, she knows she hasn't got anything on the board yet, and with only 21 minutes left on the clock, she's basically got to surf a 21-minute heat right now.
Yeah, and I think when we talk about generational surfers, we could definitely apply that kind of criteria to both surfers out there in the water. Caroline Marks, I mean, she's only 21 years of age. Tyler Wright's 29 now, and they came on to the scene obviously at different times of surfing, but really similar careers. I mean, if you look at what Tyler Wright was able to do, won a wildcard event when she was 14 years old in Sydney. Caroline Marks burst onto the scene, top 5 finish in her first year on the championship tour, and everybody knew that she was going to be a superstar, but the consistency that Tyler's been able to keep for a decade-long career on the championship tour, to me, that's amazing, and especially coming from such a big surfing family like the Marks, who are on screen, by the way. You saw Jack and Zach right there, the Marks brothers. I think the Wright family definitely is deserving of a lot of credit when it comes to competitive surfing. Owen, to me, was the best surfer I've ever seen with priority, and Mikey Wright just bursted onto the scene that year that he was getting wildcard after wildcard, qualified to the championship tour. And Tyler Wright, the only 2 world titles in that family. It means a lot to her.
Right now, I mean, we are locked into a stalemate. No waves coming in at the moment as Caroline Marks is well into the lead. Red Bull Athlete Zone is humming with activity, and I know Pete Mel has been in there researching some of the surfboards under the feet of our women in the final. Pete, what did you find for us?
Well, I wanted to touch on what these 2 surfers are riding in the water. We have a 5'8" Highline Pizell under the feet of Tyler Wright. She's been riding these designs. She solely sticks with that rocker design. She loves that Highline. It's been a switch that she's made, and obviously to great success out there in the water for Caroline Marks. She is on a Mayhem. She is on a driver 2.5, which is kind of unique to her, being that it's 5.5, but the rocker on the 3.0 was a little extreme, so they dialed it back to a 2.5. And that model there, giving her the drive that she needs. She's actually made a fin switch with the advice of Luke Egan, her coach, to the MF mediums, which has helped her a little bit to kind of gain more control out of her boards, get more power, push a little bit harder. So let's see which board maker is going to be at the top today. Got action underway. Strider out in the water. You've got the bird's eye view. What's going on?
We do. Caroline taps away at the top of that lip. She's coming to the inside here. She has to kick out. So not bettering any of her scores, maybe a priority mistake. You could kind of see that wave with a weird line on it. So yeah, she didn't want to give Tyler the opportunity to lay into anything. So, you know, Caroline looking good, trying to play defense. We'll see if that works in her favor. Plenty of time left in this heat. I think Tyler is just waiting to just bite right into one of these vicious lines again. I mean, the way that she's surfing, to me, is red hot, and it's the best I've seen her ever. And I feel like if she just pulls out of some of those turns, she's going to go excellent. So I'm not putting this thing in the fridge anytime soon. Let me tell you that.
Now leave the fridge open. a lot of action left to happen here with 18 minutes on the clock. Tyler Wright, the Caroline Marks, 6.33, the highest single wave score so far. So starting to simmer out here in our finals, and we know that simmer is going to become a boil at any minute, with plenty of opportunities on the horizon for both surfers. This much time on the clock, you know that they've got a lot to lean on in terms of strategy. So we'll see who comes through next. Can Caroline Marks hang on to her lead? You're gonna have to stay tuned to find out. We're gonna take a quick break. We'll be right back.
Looks for the wrap. It's a huge one and stomps it. Time again. Leveling up, doing my thing, yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring, it's that time again. Don't wanna win, I'm cutting you off, cause it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing, yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring, it's that time again.
And Gilmore getting busy.
Have you ever stopped to think about the amazing impact your actions can have?
As surfers and ocean lovers,
We have the power to ignite a wave of change.
for our one precious ocean. Because great achievements start with small actions.
When we unite, just imagine the impact the collective actions our community can create.
Your actions can inspire others. Speak up for the ocean.
Get inspired to be a steward of our ocean and get inspired to shred because Tyler Wright is back at it. So far, no real scores of note. And this wave looks like it's trying to work against her. She handles it. That was fine. That was okay. You know, that's not going to be a score or a wave she's going to think back on in her career and think, oh, that was the one. That was a great one. That right there was just her trying to, I feel like, trying to work her way back into this heat to get things going. It's going to be a 3.37, so maybe a non-factor. But if you can use a wave like that to just start to build a little bit of momentum and maybe try to change the cadence of, you know, your flow with the ocean, it's going to be something memorable. Score-wise, though, not quite enough.
No, and judges deeming that her last turn was incomplete. So if that last turn, if she made it and rode out convincingly, you know, might have pushed up into the fours and we could be working with something here, but yeah, I think she's going to need 2 new scores, but time is ticking down. So 13 and a half minutes remaining, and you've got to think that Tyler is going to want to replace both of those scores right there.
Yeah, no, that's for sure. I mean, she's needing close to an 8 right now to take the lead, and we're about to find out in the next 14 minutes if Caroline Marks is able to close out a final. If you remember at Sunset Beach this year against Molly Picklum, she actually had the highest wave score of the final. Wasn't able to get a backup score, though. It took her a long while to even get back outside. And as of right now, with these conditions, just like I told you before, she's adaptable, and she dropped a very similar scoreline in the first 10 minutes in her semifinal in comparison to right now in the final. And 40 minutes is a long time. You need to be able to manage that in a different way than you would a 35-minute heat.
And here we go, Caroline Marks. Quick snap to start there. Another turn. Solid finish. 1, 2, 3 punch for Caroline Marks. Is it better than a 4.83? Looks like the crew thinks so. I love that Caroline right now is being relentless without overdoing it. You know, all her turns are controlled, done in the appropriate spot on the wave. And again, she's maximizing the potential that these waves are offering her. You know, she's not skylarking, she's not overdoing it. Everything's just in its proper place.
I think it just comes down to timing and her read on this wave. I think that's what I've got to put it down to. If we can look here in this slow-mo, but just her positioning, where she chose to hit that lip was just perfect timing, and because of that perfect timing, the rest of the wave flows, and these 3 turns were put together pretty nicely. So it'll be interesting to see if this is going to better her 4.83. But yeah, she obviously has a lot of power, but when that power is put with timing, that's when you get great surfing.
Well, say she does better the 4. Oh,
say it.
You want my quote?
I do want your quote.
Okay. Timing beats speed, but precision beats power, and we saw that right there from Caroline Marks, and in a real short space too. I mean, that's very impressive. And there was 3 different maneuvers on that wave too. We're talking about a wave that maybe had 10 meters to it, and if she does better, it'll be just slightly. But what I will say is that you're keeping off one of the greatest surfers of all time off a wave that had a ramp to it too. And if you saw the attempt on the first wave, it definitely shows that Tyler Wright is thinking that kind of progressive area right now. And with 11 minutes to go, especially if you're needing an excellent score, I wouldn't discount that. I think there's a lot of potential out there, especially with that onshore wind, Chris.
Competitive surfing's ultimate double dip, when you can play defense and offense at the same time, block your competitor from catching the wave, and then capitalize on that wave. I mean, that's the equation that these surfers have used to success in the past, and right now, Caroline Marks is the one most effectively using the waves that she's been given, the priority that she's earned, and right now the scores are echoing that statement with a 6.33 and now a 5.27. So a slight increase in the score that Tyler Wright would need now, an 8-2-3. And, you know, I still feel like at the moment, Tyler Wright is starting from ground zero with no scores matching what Caroline Marks has, even for her backup. Tyler Wright needs 2 waves to try to get this final in the bag.
Yeah, she definitely does, and she knows it. I think she's probably going to, I mean, she's working against the ocean here too, so.
Oh, that?
If there's not.
That thing, yeah. That's the unpredictable
the Mother
part
Nature
of
thing. So, as much as she probably wants a wave exactly right now, she's also got to work against Mother Nature, which sometimes doesn't cooperate. And with Caroline improving on her scoreline with that last wave, she's making things that little bit harder for Tyler. But that's not to say that Tyler can't do it in one wave, because we have seen good surfing, excellent surfing from her a lot over the years. So not out of the question. And I like what you said. We did see her looking for that air section on that first wave. So if she's got that in her mind, and judges obviously rewarding progressive surfing.
This is a 3-3-7 for Tyler Wright.
And just broken up surfing right here, wasn't really able to find a flow. That was a really tough section. I think it probably would have been smarter for her to skip it and maybe gain some speed for that last one. And as we saw right there, judges deeming that turn incomplete. And then the 5.27 here from Caroline, great first snap, really kept it straight in the pocket. And this finishing turn, when you're going lateral like that and you pick a different angle when you're coming out of it, it is extremely difficult to do with that amount of speed, the whitewater pushing you down the line. So great use of priority, and was able to better her low score. 8:35 on the clock. I don't know if I've seen an excellent wave out there so far in these 32 minutes that have passed by during this heat, Chris. You know, it could happen on one wave, but I still agree with you guys. I think 2 waves is what Tyler's needing, and it's not that difficult. The 6 and a 5, it's attainable. The only issue is you're working against the clock right now, too. That is her biggest adversary at the moment.
Kind of looked like there was a little bit of motion in the ocean from that drone shot, so hopefully we see some sort of exchange go down. Maybe a couple of lines, but it looks like they're moving a bit further up the point.
Well, inside of 8 minutes now. Tyler Wright with priority. So if she can get any wave she's inclined to look at, Caroline Marks has to give way. The gallery stacking up. You got locals, you got visitors alike, all enjoying the show here in Surf City, El Salvador. A great place to be a surfer, a great place to be a surf fan. They're situated out on the point, literal 50-yard line, front row seats to Tyler Wright's next effort. Here we go. Long extended carve there. So the baseline score growing now with every turn she does down the line. She's got to have a big finish here. Quick power snap there. Decent pace down the line there. It wasn't necessarily, you know, fiery all the way through, but she definitely packed that wave. Compelling argument to the judges. Give me something meaningful here. Nice combination of turns as well.
But she's back in the heat. I thought this wave was pretty smart. I mean, honestly, with priority, 7 minutes to go, you got to make a decision if you know you need 2 scores. The first wrap, great. I think the setup turn right there really put her in a good spot to gain some speed. And that turn, to me, was the money one. A lot of speed down the line, perfect positioning to come around the corner, and end up with the 2-turn combo at the end, too. So I actually think that was great use of priority. But that turn, to me, was really the one that will catapult her up into a better position in this heat. 6 minutes to go now, needing 1 more score. Let's see if Marks can hold her off with priority. But just overall, to be able to make a comeback like this, even if it's 11 points, that's a little tough thing to do when you haven't gotten anything better than a 3-point ride in your scoreline.
Well, that's going to leave Caroline Marks out the back with priority with nearly 6 minutes left on the clock. We'll see if her strategy remains the same after the announcement is made as to what Tyler Wright achieved on her last wave. Looking for an 8-2-3 to get herself into that top spot. But Caroline Marks is out the back. Opportunities knocking. one of the bigger sets we've seen of this final. And here we go. Caroline Marks setting things up. Cranks it off the bottom, straight into the lip.
Oh.
Attacks a little late there. Gets blown off her board by that Punta Roca's wall.
I'm going to say that now that worked out well for Tyler. Not great for Caroline, but now Tyler's out the back. Caroline obviously took off on that last wave. Tyler's going to end up with priority here with under 5 minutes. And I'd say still going to be needing that 6.5, but very achievable. So scary moments for Caroline not being able to capitalize on that last wave. It was a bigger set wave. Those first 2 turns were nice, but unfortunately she just got up there a little bit too late.
Well, we've got a heat on our hands now. Tyler Wright with a 5.10. She's within reaching distance from Caroline Marks, now needing a 6.5. That would still be the best single wave score of this final. I know, and if you kind of look back, right, where it began, 6.33 for Caroline Marks. That was a score that really kind of seemed to set the pace in this final for sure.
Yep.
Tyler Wright was playing catch up after that. And Caroline backed it up with a 5.27, so she'll get back into the takeoff zone. Ooh, we're down into it now. Inside of 4 minutes in our women's final. You know, when you just have semis and finals for finals day, it launches you into the action so quick that, you know, it's almost hard to keep up with what's been happening. This heat's flown by. And we're seeing something happening out there.
It's going to be really exciting. Even more exciting if both women get an opportunity in this final exchange. But there's a line coming through now, and whether or not Taylor takes this and capitalizes, this could be a moment. Caroline having a look now.
Ooh, just snuck underneath both surfers. 3 minutes, 10 seconds to go. Strider, Wasilewski, what are you seeing in the lineup?
Well, we got some nervous moments. I feel like, you know, what we have is Mother Nature is going to play the main part in this end of this heat because, you know, Caroline Marks did not capitalize on her priority, and that was a mistake for her, obviously. So she left the door open a little bit for Tyler, and Tyler has just been looking so solid and strong on her waves. She's just waiting for that one wave to give her the opportunity so that she can open up, and this might be it. She's gliding in off the bottom. She's got a beautiful section, rah, into the corner, big whip. She's gonna load up this inside corner and see if she can go again. Bang! Huge floater over that thing. Wow!
Eviscerated on the inside after that floater. We'll keep our eyes. That was kind of a heavy hold down right there. I mean, she fell in the worst place you could possibly fall on that wave, giving her board a look.
Oh, something's
happened.
All right, this is a moment we're gonna.
Hopefully, it's just a crease.
She looks a bit maybe sore.
It's shallow there. It's shallow. I mean, you get dragged down. All of a sudden, you're hitting a couple of rocks. I mean, this is a heavy section she hits right here at the end. Great first car, fully lays on rail, a lot of commitment in that one, but she just didn't have the right amount of speed to come out of that. And
maybe fin to the arm, it looked like.
Could have been, yeah.
Well, either way, dangerous moment. We have our safety team right on top of it.
Yeah, she fell on her board.
Minute 30 to go. We're gonna let the crew get in there and address the situation here. There's the Red Bull ski come flying in to potentially get Tyler Wright.
So you see the water safety right there. If you do 2 taps on the head, that means you're good. Just an indication of the signs right there.
So the Red Bull jet ski went in, had a look real quick. Tyler's wife in there, a little concerned. I think as anybody would be in the Tyler Wright camp. So we won't speculate as to what's going on right now with Tyler Wright, but obviously in some distress with 48 seconds left. This is not how you wanted to see this final end, but you know, this is a risky sport, especially when you're pushing past the red line, as we saw Tyler Wright on that last wave. An unfortunate way to finish for Tyler Wright. See Caroline Marks kind of wondering, and you know that's her friend. I mean, in between all the action, it's going to be a big moment as Tyler Wright makes her way to the beach on her own power. You know, this is going to be a huge moment for Caroline Marks. You know, where it began, that was a 6.33. She got some great waves. The good times never seem so good for sweet Caroline Marks, getting the victory here at the Surf City El Salvador Pro with a 6.33 and a 5.27. Caroline Marks is your victorious surfer.
So cool to see a goofy win out here on their backhand at Punta Roca. It's very, very impressive. I'm excited for her.
I mean, the energy dropped there with what happened with Tyler Wright, and we'll keep you updated as to what went down there. But at the end of that 40-minute super final, Caroline Marks, the smile says it all right there. The stoke is real. Your 2023 Surf City El Salvador Pro presented by Corona winner.
Little shimmy.
Oh, huge for her. You said she moved up at least into the top 3 right now. Going into Rio, a place that hasn't been the best for her. Then J-Bay and Tahiti afterwards. She has a great shot to be going to home soil in the United States. Her Pro WSL Finals, Chris.
Strider is with our winner.
Yeah, I'm with the winner. She's just checking out a little cut on her arm. She took a little thinner, but Caroline Marks, Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona. You're the champion, young lady.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm really happy. This time last year was my first event back after like one of the hardest times of my life. So I'm emotional. I'm really stoked.
Well, I mean, you should be. Last win was 2021 in Narrabeen. You got to feel amazing. And your hunt for the final 5 at Trussell's.
Absolutely. I've been super inspired by all the younger girls and just like all the new energy on tour. It's been really cool. And yeah, like haven't won a CD since 2021. And so I'm just super stoked. This is the best feeling ever.
Congratulations, young lady. One for the Goofies, another one for Mayhem. Let's go!
Yo, I'm psyched. Woo!
There's your champion, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna get her to the beach. Go do a victory lap on the Red Bull ski. Enjoy, young lady. Amazing work by Caroline Marks.
Neil Diamond would be proud. Ba, ba, ba. Caroline Marks is your winner, and doing it with authority, posting huge numbers throughout that final. I love the confidence that she carried with her through the semifinals. You know, it wasn't close. She didn't leave it up to the judges. She did it herself by posting those 2 big numbers. And a big emotional win for Caroline Marks, and one more final to go. It's Toledo versus Colapinto. Stay tuned. It's about to be on.
focus on my goal, try to get the win this time.
I'm super excited to be in the final of Felipe. That's so exciting for me.
Surf City El Salvador Pro presented by Corona. We've crowned our women's champ, Caroline Marks. Now, time to crown a men's champion, and it's going to be a rematch from 2022 final. Felipe Toledo versus Griffin Colapinto. If you remember, Griffin Colapinto is our defending champ for this event. Griffin Colapinto also with the yellow leaders jersey. Felipe Toledo, our defending world champ. So a couple of surfers who are right on the top of the pyramid, Pete, and we're going to see if Felipe Toledo is able to pay back Griffin Colapinto in this rematch.
Well, you'd have to say that he's motivated. You know, you can't deny that. But of course, Griffin sitting at that #1 in the rankings. He's want to keep that and actually extend his lead to make sure that he finishes in that final 5. That is very important to him, especially since he has been so close to competing in that final event of the year for that world title. Has yet to be able to do that. So this year, he wants to make sure, and a win could do that for him.
Yeah. So again, thank you for joining us for this final. The horn just sounded. I'm Kaipo along with Felicity Palmentier and Peter Mel before the call for this men's final. One thing for sure, Felicity, is that Griffin Colapinto, he's going to be wearing yellow into the next stop. He'll continue to be the ratings leader.
Yeah, continuing with that amazing momentum, taking that from Surf Ranch to here. Obviously, last year's winner, and this is going to be an amazing rematch. I'm looking forward to it. The way Griff was surfing in that semi-final as well, I just feel like he's on fire. So Felipe as well in his semi, so great matchup.
Yeah, big numbers been put up both by Felipe Toledo, who went into the excellent range. Griffin Colapinto near excellent range, 15+ points for Colapinto to get into this final. Horn has sounded. We are having a 40-minute final, Peter, and open priority out in the water.
Yeah, and probably the best conditions of the day for these finals. You know, the wind has switched around now. We had that onshore, kind of straight on top of the wave. Now it's coming more from the westerly direction or southwesterly direction, which is going to be down the point. Tide's filled in. It's not going to be too high. And fingers crossed, we have 40 minutes of sets. That's what I'm hoping for.
Yeah, the conditions have definitely improved since this morning. It's turned into more of a point break. I think this morning, those earlier heats, especially with Steph and Tyler, it really was a different story. But now we're seeing some excellent scores on the board already, and yeah.
We always talk about the open priority at the beginning of the heat. Priority yet to be established. Priority depending upon positioning. For more on positioning, I'm going to go out to the water with Strider Wazalewski.
Thank you, Kaipo. Yeah, interesting note here. Toledo just totally given the inside position to Griffin Colapinto. Not challenging him, not palling him up the point. There hasn't been any exchange at all. It was just a simple, go ahead, you can have it, and we're going to let the surfing do the talking. That's the way I see it.
Yeah.
I love it.
Hey, Strider, I mean, and looking at it, there's a good 25, 30 yards. What do you think the theory is there between the two?
Well, I mean, let's just get the key notes here from Griffin's last heat, which I'm sure Toledo was watching, checking things out. He was way inside when he got his big scores. And that means that there's waves all over this point. So that means that there's opportunity even that far away from each other. So I feel like, you know, those double ups, those inside ones that have all that ramp on them is going to be a key note on going above the lip and the technical surfing that we're going to see out of Toledo, and he's identified that.
It almost feels like a little bit of a mind game, too. And you give somebody that much of a gap, you're like, does he see something down there that I didn't see? You know?
Here we go. Looking at the numbers, I mean, Griffin Colapinto with a 54% heat winning percentage. Felipe Toledo is up into the 60-point range, 60.17 heat winning percentage for Toledo. First wave to Griffin Colapinto, and here we go with the yellow jersey. Looking down the line, big snap, a little release off the back end of that turn. Eases through a cutback, some sleepy water here, waiting for the wave to stand up on the inside, stomping on the tail pad, looking for a ramp, looking for a finish. He's gonna go with the layback tail throw and is not able to secure footing, incomplete for the finish, Flick.
Yeah, I liked the way that wave was shaping up. The first turn was super electric. Got a little bit sleepy there in the middle, but yeah, fell on the last section there. So
Ooh.
Maybe.
Bonk on the head.
Yeah.
There's
like
rocks
it.
down there.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've seen it. I mean, last heat, we saw Tyler Wright. She got injured there, and now a little bonk on the head for Griffin. But, I mean, I feel like, after this first turn, beautiful first turn, though, you take a look at this. I mean, just everything into it. Accelerate up and over, pulls it off looking clean, but it dies out, disappears on him. And understanding that this next maneuver had to be big, he pushed everything on it. You can see the big layback gaff here. And right there, you can see going into shallow water. Unfortunately, sometimes you can bonk your head.
Yeah, putting it all on the line for the final. Griffin Colapinto with the finish on that wave. And he's going to be in the mid-range to start a flat 4-point ride before the start. Priority now to Felipe Toledo.
I was looking at some of the scores that they had last event. Griffin won with a 9 and an 8, 17-point heat total. Where Felipe had the biggest number of that heat, a 9.57, but wasn't able to find the backup.
What heat are we talking about?
The final last year.
Oh.
Yeah, so it was a good matchup. I mean, and they were going blow for blow, but it came out with Griffin on top.
35 minutes on the countdown, and priority to a patient Felipe Toledo. Toledo went excellent in his semifinal flick. 16.67 for Felipe Toledo. And look at this. It's the Corona beer shower for Caroline Marks, our women's champion.
Hey, brother there, I mean, family, friends, it's awesome. Yeah, full crew there to support. Wait, that's no fair. She's got the hood on. Had a local on the caddy out there, Kevin, who was helping out with Caroline, so pretty awesome to see.
Yeah, looking back, Flick, I mean, the strengths of these two surfers. I mean, we know Griffin's got a lot of confidence coming into here with a win. He's had flow, but what do you think the strength of Felipe Toledo is out here?
I'll get back to you after this wave.
Well, we're going to see what the strength is right now in live action. Easy snap to begin with for Toledo. Toledo working his way down the line. Big layback hack there. Nice approach with some variety in his turns. Little taper, he gets over the bump. Smooth inside wall here, double up section. A little steeper on the inside cobblestone section. Eases through, a little extra push on that cutback, kicks out. A paced approach for opening wave of Felipe Toledo. Flick likely to take the lead with that wave.
Yeah, for sure. No doubt about it. I think when it comes to strengths out here, I think Felipe, obviously his speed, you can't go past it. He's probably one of the fastest surfers on tour, and then also the variety he brings when he goes to the air. We'll have a look here at this replay, straight out of the top on that first turn. Another crack in the lip here, brings it through to the inside, nice carving maneuver. Bit of a smaller wave, and it gets a bit slower here, but he knows that he wants to get a finish, so just bringing it through to the inside. And another carving turn there, so I don't think anything major, but nice to get the feet in the wax, good opening ride. But yeah, I'd like to say that his strengths are definitely his speed and the different variety of progression that he can go to when he does get to the air. When I think about Griff, I just think he's on a roll, and it's going to be really hard to break this momentum and the mindset that he has at the moment.
I will say, just in the way the approach was from Griffin, he was a full-on, just big snap right out of the gates, looking very electric, whereas Felipe took that more paced and cruisy approach, which I think is pretty cool.
Seeing if we got some waves coming here. Priority to Griffin Colapinto as we fly by. Second wave of the set, and some opportunity perhaps for Griffin Colapinto. Looking like he may be interested in this one. He opened up with a 4-point ride, and Griffin turns his nose up at that one. So with that being said, let's check out our women's champion. Congratulations to Caroline Marks.
Caroline, straight from that Corona beer celebration, your family, a big part of your motivation, your inspiration, and a lot of them got a chance to be here with you this week. How special is it to share this moment, your first CT win in a few years with them?
Yeah, it's so special. What makes our journey so special is sharing with people you love, and my brothers haven't been to an event in a couple years, so maybe I should bring them everywhere now. But yeah, we were laughing because I'm like, this is the first one I've had where I've been old enough to get sprayed with beer, so it felt really good. And yeah, I'm so pumped. I'm lost for words.
I'm going to put you on the spot to find some words here for just how important this one was for you this year as we moved closer and closer to that Rip Curl's Final 5. How important was it for you to take this step?
Yeah, super important. There's been, you know, everyone's been surfing so well this year, and everyone's got a big result. And so I've been really inspired by everyone that's been surfing, and took some time off last year, so it just kind of feels good to be back. And yeah, we got the Olympics, the Final 5, and I want to be in both of those. I'm feeling good, and I'm really motivated. I feel like I put the work in, so I'm just like, let's do this.
One step closer today, but for the moment, enjoy this Corona beer celebration with your family. We're so excited for you.
Thanks. Hi to my family at home. I love you guys, all my friends, my sponsors. Yeah, this wouldn't be possible without you guys, and so psyched.
Back to you guys.
Caroline Marks, yeah, this is her 4th championship tour victory. Her first, as she mentioned, at the legal age of 21 to be able to get that Corona beer shower. So I'm sure this is just the start for her young career, one of the youngest ever to qualify for the championship tour.
And you will say those 10,000 points she gets for this win here, there's a huge gap between first and second, and that really solidifies her spotting. She's not clinched by any means, but moving to number 3 in the rankings. And again, 10,000 points, that's so big when you're thinking about trying to get yourself that bid in the Final 5. Of course, she's been, had that move to San Clemente, so she's been spending a lot of time at lowers. So you like her chances when we go to the Rip Curl WSL Finals.
Yeah, that all begins. Rip Curl WSL Finals, September 8th is the beginning of the waiting period there. That is going to, we're in the race right now to that Final 5. 3 more events after this stop, number 7. Next up is the Vivo Rio Pro, presented by Corona. That's going to kick off June 23rd, so we're in pretty quick succession between here in El Salvador and going to Itaúna Beach in Rio, in Brazil, where Felipe Toledo, Flick, is a 3-time winner, 2015, 2018, back-to-back 2019 again. So Toledo, gets a win over here, then he's going to go to a very comfortable situation over there in Itaúna.
Yeah, for sure. And you've got to think, just carrying that momentum. He's going to know all those stats, obviously. Here we go, Griff out the back.
Using priority. Slash it, turn, lip glide, fin throw, floats through that section, catches that outside rail, unforced error for Griffin Colapinto. Priority now to Felipe Toledo. Toledo with the single highest wave score so far in this heat beat with 5.17, and now he has priority.
Yeah, well, if you take anything from their final last year, you say that those scores hopefully won't count at the end of this one. Griffin with a bit of an error there. That's unfortunate. He went to try and glide up and over the top of that white water, but the angle wasn't quite as vertical as he probably would have liked, where he stuffed the rail. But again, I think in how gnarly these two surfers are and how they love scoring big numbers, you'd think that these first 3 waves aren't going to count.
Now to look at it, and we can really analyze, Flick, see what went wrong for Griffin.
Yeah, the start was really right in my books. I liked the look of it. Had a great steepness to it. That second turn blows the fins out of the back. Looking really smooth here. And coming out of this second section, you can see he's eyeing up the lip here.
Oh, they took the eye off.
Yeah, he did.
Like right there, you see his eye went down the line. Look at that next section. Didn't ride out of that.
Kind of like he started looking down the line when he should have probably been looking a bit further down. Just caught that rail there. Bit of an error.
4.23 for that score, second wave of Griffin Colapinto. Colapinto with 3 CT wins so far. Wants to add to that 2 wins in 22 here at El Salvador, where he's defending a champ. He also won over at Super Tubros in Portugal, coming off his Surf Ranch win. Under priority, he finds one. Here goes Griff. Looking down the line, seeking a wrap, finds it. Big rotation, stomps it, but unable to find the footing and to ride out complete. Just a throwaway. What do you think about now, Pete, Griffin Colapinto, and what he needs to do?
Well, he sits outside of priority, similar to what he did earlier in that heat. Start just kind of rolling the dice, go for big moves like that, apply some pressure to make Felipe make a decision, maybe a little too early on a wave. Whereas Felipe right now, he's just going to sit out there in his spot, and wait it out. And like I said, Griffin, you can see what happens sitting outside at priority. Ultimately, you're just like, hey, there's maybe some opportunity on the inside. And this is what he saw here. So he's just going to go for that one big move, which he has. He has this in his arsenal. Gets the frontside grab. You see he holds on, and then the release as he's rotating out of it. Gets the landing. But it's hard, you know, even for surfers that have had such high consistency in pulling these moves. You're landing on water, you're landing on fiberglass. It skips out at times, and that's what happened to him.
Griffin Colapinto, Felipe Toledo. When we look at their finals appearances, let's take a look at their finals appearances and those head-to-head matchups. We can see that one win. That was in Sunset for Felipe Toledo, and Griffin Colapinto in finals has gotten Felipe Toledo twice. One last year here in El Salvador, and also at Super Tubos. We talked about that earlier in Portugal. Really close final. 14.2 up against a 14.34 for Griffin Colapinto. That was his first championship tour win. He went on to win El Salvador and the Surf Ranch just this year. So that is our head-to-head CT finals matchups. In the whole conversation between Felipe Toledo and Griffin Colapinto, it's 2-3 because Felipe beat Griffin in the quarters at G-Land in 2022. And then remember, Surf Ranch semifinal where Griffin beat Felipe just coming off of this event. So the advantage numbers-wise when they meet up to Griffin Colapinto, Flick.
Yeah, you can see here Griff just moving up the point a bit further. Doesn't have priority, but trying to put enough distance between himself and Felipe so that he can still take off and Felipe can't utilize his priority. And knowing the kind of surfer that Griff is and Felipe, that they could take off on a corner like we just saw Griff do, and do, you know, a carving maneuver and then get a bit of speed down the line and pop a big air, and that could get you an excellent score. So there's quite a lot of room between these two surfers right now on the point.
Yeah, it's 11:29 local time, Peter. We're about a couple hours away, a few hours away from high tide, 1:24 p.m. So pretty full right now on the point, and we'll continue to fill in on this tide.
And we touched on how broken up the swell can be. So, you know, there's an opportunity that Griffin may, with that space, get himself a high quality sections before he even gets to Felipe. So Felipe, even in order to block him, really wouldn't matter.
For more tide talk, I'm going to go to the guy who's actually in the water, Strider Wazwilewski.
Yeah, you know, you guys were just discussing the tide coming up and a couple more hours in it and what's going to happen. Well, basically, we've opened up a whole nother section of the point, I feel like, and there's a lot of opportunity up there. I've seen a lot of waves grinding through with these, like, really nice spaces, beautiful bowls, and a really good-looking section to it. So I feel like it's kind of dangerous to leave your opponent up there because there's so much opportunity. And I feel like Griffin is going to get a score up there. It's going to happen. Down here lower, less consistency in the waves, but they're definitely opened up in the face.
And thinking about what this passive approach that Felipe is bringing, I mean, I just don't quite understand it. What do you think?
I feel like he's got a game plan. I feel like also maybe Toledo's not 100%. We haven't really seen him, go crazy above the lip yet. And I feel like there's something going on physically with Toledo right now. And I know that's a speculation, but after his last tee, he didn't look like he was moving that fast. And it was just an interesting look for Toledo.
And we did see that, in that semifinal.
Colapinto up on the point, throws the tail, reverses out of that, high up on the point. So outside maneuver for Griffin Colapinto. And the inside maneuver with that snap. That's going to be it for Griff. So he did accomplish getting a wave up there. We'll see if he improves upon his score line. He is in the lead, but in just a slight lead, still not breaking a 5-point mark as of yet, Flick.
Yeah, it's a really low scoring final right now. We haven't seen too many sets come through. 22 minutes on the clock. Like to think that these scores are all going to get replaced. And here we go. We got Felipe up and riding.
Building up speed down the line. Launches high up in the air. Nose picks out of that, no problem. A lot of pop coming for that air and a slashing turn, but overpowers the wave on the inside, Felipe Toledo.
Just pushing, this is finals, pushing, and you can see Felipe, he's cruising. He's on cruise mode. A little different than what we usually see from Felipe. Usually he's pretty high octane. But hey, that air was massive. Biggest air of the heat, and still could be a pretty good number. I mean, he's got the highest number with the 5.17. Feels like it's going to be easily take the lead back. And look at this, just lofting it. That is he's so consistent at getting that tail above everything, right? And all you see, the fact that he's able to get that tail high, judges take note. Even with the fail at the end there, they're still going to like this number, this maneuver. And you would say, just looking at him, he's cruising. You know, physically, this heat, everything. You know, he's pushing hard.
Waiting for the score for Felipe Toledo. And it appears that we're waiting for a score for Griffin Colapinto as well. 20 minutes. Felipe finds another one. Here he goes. Carving turn. Needs to get down the line. Lip line glide into some open water. Nice carve. Inside section presents itself. Really fights for it and gets the finish. His support squad, they like what they're seeing. So 2 waves owed to us by the judges for Felipe Toledo. Another wave owed to us for Griffin Colapinto. 4.47, last score for Colapinto. He's in the lead. Still waiting for 2 scores for Felipe Toledo to present our situation. Colapinto now. Whoa. Aggressive first turn. Little extra on the end. Patient coming around the corner here. Cannot find the open face. Unfortunate for Griffin Colapinto.
I feel like he was on his way to a good score there. I really loved what I saw out of the lip. I love how he does that in that carving maneuver, and he sets the fins free, and it's such a smooth transition. I love to see it. So unfortunate he couldn't really get around that second section properly. I feel like he was definitely on his way to a good score.
And Flick, you know, I mean, a whole other conversation as we watch Griffin Colapinto paddle back out is the Vissla CT Shaper rankings. Mayhem. Matt Biolis lost surfboards. He's already got 10,000 points with Caroline Marks. He'd love another 10,000 points from Griffin Colapinto. Let's get through some replays right here. This is Felipe Toledo's previous wave, Pete.
Yeah, and again, smaller wave, but he's doing all the moves, you know, showcasing the variety, but this one just didn't have that nice big vertical section except for the finish there. So again, just a paced approach that adding to that 5.17. And you had mentioned this wave here on his way to a big score, but he's one of the best at creating this radical approach, but doing it with some, the most flow you could have for doing that type of maneuvers. I mean, a lot of surfers are going to have some sort of hitch, but he comes out with so much speed and flow.
Yeah, I love that turn. He just does it so seamlessly.
Well, with the carve and then the release out of it, of course, he comes out with speed, and then a little difference in the lip, a little fin chuck once in the ditch, but this wave just didn't have much down the line after this. But it most likely will factor into his top 2. But again, it's just a mid-range scores for both surfers.
So no surfer yet breaking away with a big number. Still waiting for a couple more scores to set the situation. 18 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock. Toledo on the paddle back out. Toledo with the early advantage over Griffin Colapinto. Colapinto now is wave number 5. Snap turn there, avoids a rail catch. Carves through that section. One more time, Verdon to the lip, punches the fins out the back. And now goes easy on the shoulder. Looking down the line, another easy cut back. Manifesting a finish. Throws it up, and the round. Nice rotation for Griffin Colapinto. Fist pump, and likely the first meaningful score. Dad Mitch likes what he's seeing.
As he should. You know, a nice finish to that wave. I mean, considering where it was looking like it was going, to be able to get that and execute it at the very end, always good for the judges to see that high impact move at the end of a ride. That's going to be his best wave for sure. You know, nice overhead wave at the start. All of this is pace, setting up these maneuvers down the line, looking for that one critical section. And again, showcasing so much variety. That's one thing about Griffin surfing that he always brings to the table is his variety.
Flick, best wave of the heat?
Yeah, I'm going to go with yes, for sure. Really exciting finish as well. And Griff liked it too, a little fist pump there. We'll have a look at this last section, just pops it up in the air. No grab, lands in the reverse.
It's a dynamic finish for Griffin Colapinto.
It is.
And we're still waiting for the score for Colapinto for that wave. Likely the best number so far in the heat. Judges taking their time, Peter, taking a look at a couple of replays.
Yeah, well, the 4.93 was one for the last wave, which is his best number. So it feels like to me, yeah, that's going to most likely eclipse Felipe's one air single, 5.67.
All right, well, let's hear from Tyler Wright. She's with AJ.
So Tyler, obviously, first and foremost, we're so glad you're okay after the way that heat ended. Walk us through. You've already gotten some tape, some bandages. Walk us through what happened.
No, like on that last wave, it kind of like doubled up and came back at me, which was fine. I hit it, landed, and then it kind of like my board buckled under me, and then it kind of, as I went through it, it kind of shot back up and exploded back up and into my armpit as well as the rest of my body.
So I want the camera to go on the board really quick while we talk about this. You can see this is the damage that Tyler's body did to the board here, but how are you feeling?
I feel good. I feel I'm going to be sore. It's already kind of black and blue under my arm. There's a little cut there, but it should be fine. But no, look, honestly, congrats to Caroline. It was amazing. I'm so happy for her. She seems like she's really finding a groove, which it makes kind of like, I know she's had quite a journey as well, so it's really exciting to see her do well. And yeah, like I'm super happy with my campaign. It obviously, you know, right out of that turn, probably different outcome. The waves were really tricky, and it was kind of hard to find rhythm after a certain point. It was, you know, they weren't large scores. It was like a 5 and a 6. And when you got 40 minutes in a heat, you're not thinking that that's counting at the end. So, you know, it's kind of one of those heats where you're just like, oh, okay, 16 minutes, I need two average scores. So, no, happy with performance, really happy with my team and how we've run this event. It was a bit of again, finding my feet after an interesting event in the wave pool. So I really enjoyed that.
We enjoyed seeing you go as far as you did. Recover well. We'll see you in Brazil.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Have a good day, guys.
All right, well, best wishes to Tyler Wright on her recovery. She's going to have a little bit of time, but we're going pretty back-to-back right now when we look at event number 8, the Vivo Rio Pro, starting June 23rd. Peter?
Yeah, just in regards to the shakeup in the rankings a little bit. Caitlin, who was in that Final 5, has dropped out, and Steph Gilmore has moved into that Final 5. So a little shake-up in the rankings here at this El Salvador event. So
yeah. We have actually we have a tie for that 5th position right now, which is pretty interesting, with Stephanie Gilmore and Tatiana Weston-Webb tied for that 5th position. We'll go over all of that stuff because, hey, the show's not over after this men's final. We'll get into our Corona post-show, where we'll go through rankings, situations, and looking back, obviously, at our winners here, and looking forward into the future as we continue the race to the Rip Curl WSL Finals. Last score in for Colapinto, as we speculated, Flit, a 7.17. It was the best single wave score of this heat so far.
Yeah, great surfing from Griff. Really capitalized on that wave. Lots of variety, and then finished really strong with that air. I really loved what I saw there. So now Felipe sitting out there. He's got priority. Needs a 6.44 to get the lead from Griff.
And you think about the scale with the 7.17, the next highest score, the 5.67, so almost a 1.5 there in difference between. And that really, I mean, you think about that 7.17 at this point, it most likely, with time remaining, will be a factoring score. So Felipe kind of has to figure out a way right now to at least match that score if he wants to stay in this final and not let it run away from him.
Looks like maybe some waves out the back. A little set sort of rolling in. Griff sort of putting a little bit of distance again between him and Felipe. Looking pretty interested in this little wave here.
Colapinto finds us under priority. And no harm, no foul. Situation remained the same. 12 minutes, 20 seconds counting down here. Felipe Toledo hanging on to that priority. Toledo needing a 6.44 to take the lead off of Griffin Colapinto. The frequency in waves, Pete, with this incoming tide, is that going to help it?
Let's hope so. You know, fingers crossed that we get some action here. But, I mean, we're looking at a pretty inconsistent south swell. It's coming from pretty far away. The storm wasn't huge. And, you know, Surfline had mentioned it was going to be fairly inconsistent. Here
comes Toledo. He uses priority. Big snap there. Defending world champ one more time. And let's make it 3 for Felipe Toledo. Looking electric here.
fourth and finishing maneuver, and that's going to be it. Is that the turn of the heat? We'll see. 6.44 is his knee. The crowd likes it.
Gosh, you gotta love Felipe, considering he's just playing possum, right? He was just sitting there playing possum, cruising, and all of a sudden he gets that opportunity and he's fired up. So, hey, I like it, and this is explosive. This feels like the best wave of the heat to me.
What do you think, Flick?
I love the surfing. I just think maybe not enough variety compared to Griff's wave. But that's me being super critical. I think it's great surfing. I think it was top to bottom. I think it was critical. And I think he timed all those turns really well. But just when I compare it to Griff's wave, I just think the variety might not quite have been there. I mean, massive fin throw. Definitely some progression. However,
they were the same type of maneuver, but pretty darn radical. I will give it that. And
the timing doesn't get any better, sorry.
No, that's exactly it. It is. Good to see. I like that. The fight is there.
This feels like excellent to me. With that dynamic electric finish and the fact that the speed that he attacked that wave, and guess what? It went excellent. Flat 9-point ride, Felipe Toledo. Here's the news. We'll take a look at the numbers from the judges. Pretty unanimous, Peter, when we look at the score. 4 9s from the 5 judges.
And it came quick, right? So that's the thing, too. They didn't have to think much about it. And it just was high impact to me. It was top to bottom. There was radicalness to it. The sections were critical. So, yeah, I like the 9, and he got the lead with it. So, big advantage to Felipe with this next 10 minutes.
Wow, what a final that we're having right now. We're going to step away, but we'll be back for the conclusion. Who's going to win? Well, Felipe Toledo, he's in the lead.
The Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona, is brought to you by Surf City El Salvador, home of the right surf. By Corona, this is living. By Shiseido, the official sunscreen of the World Surf League. And by Yeti, built for the wild.
It's the final. Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona. Griffin Colapinto trailing Felipe Toledo. He needs a 7.51. He's up. He's riding. He's looking down the line, building up some speed. Launches into the air, puts it down on the toes, incomplete. He'll continue to search for that score. 7 minutes remaining. I'm Kaipo along with Felicity Palmentier. Peter Mel on this final call.
That was unfortunate, Kaipo. That would have been the number probably to get himself. That was a big lofty air at that end section, but doesn't get the completion. So Back advantage to Felipe.
And our crowd that has continued to build throughout the entire day here at our fan bleachers right on the cobblestones. Toledo glides that lip. Some rail work there. Bangs off that section, clears into the open water, no problem. Surfing with a lot of speed down the line, chucks the fins there. More destruction to the wave here by Felipe Toledo. Eases through a turn. Inside section, meets it up with another snap, and he's feeling it. Felipe Toledo already with a 9-point ride. The gallery loves what they're seeing. Their mind's blown. Right behind him, Griffin Colapinto, big up into the air, and the explosion engulfs Griffin Colapinto. He goes down. The meaningful score will be the last of Felipe Toledo. Will he extend his lead in this final, Flick?
I love that last wave of Felipe's. I think he surfed it so well, so much variety, lots of fin throws as well. I can't wait to see the replay of that wave. I think all his maneuvers were really well timed. He had such a great read on the wave as well. We'll have a look at Griff's replay first. He got a lot of speed, went for this massive air, and just got absolutely detonated. But here we go. This is the wave from Felipe. Such a beautiful bowl to the start of the wave. Cutbacks through this section, hits the lip again, and this wave just really bowled up for him. Just beautiful carving maneuver there. Straight up into the lip for a fin throw. Nice wrapping carve. But this wave was the wave that kept on giving. So many turns. And yeah, beautiful surfing from Felipe. He loves it. I loved it too. I thought it was great.
One more look from above, Pete.
Yeah, and of course, Felipe, I mean, he definitely was like very passive approach to this whole thing, and I like it. I think that he understood what his body was and feeling wise. I mean, he could just go, hey, I'm just going to save it for when I need it. And you know what? When it happened, he did it, and I think he's going to get another big number. I think he's going to add to this 9 right here, 2 waves back to back, and he's running away with this final now.
And the view from the water must have been spectacular. Strider, it seems like Felipe is going to go excellent again. Actually, the number's just in, Strider. 8.33 last ride for Felipe Toledo.
His body posture, he's just subdued. So there's definitely, he's not 100%, but yes, you know, heard it before, beware of the wounded warrior. This guy is just lighting it up. His timing is just still there. His, you know, torque in the lip, everything he's doing, those big gouges on the face. From the water, they just look just timeless, perfectly placed. Everything is there. But the big note here, the vibe from the beach, the crowd, the screams from the you know, the support that he's got coming through is just insane. So looks like Felipe Toledo is gonna, you know, run away with this thing at the moment. I mean, Griff can't bring anything down. He's been boosting, but he hasn't been able to ride out. He's been a little off kilter. We've seen him only really execute one ride in this heat.
So watching number 77 paddle back out, and the crowd really appreciating the show that they're seeing this afternoon. There's a quick finals day, Flick. We just started with semifinals straight into the finals, but talk about a short and sweet finals day with a lot of action happening.
Yeah, so much action, a lot of great surfing already. Griff having a look here.
Colapinto just up and out. Felipe still on the paddle back out, so likely that Griffin will maintain his priority in this heat.
Well, look at that, though, Kaipo. It's those 2 numbers. He's comboed Griffin. Put him in a situation now where he needs 2 waves, and that's just exactly what you want to do, especially in the last 5 minutes of the heat.
Of a final.
So now, other than in an interference, a priority interference, it's almost impossible for Griffin Colapinto to overcome this combo, and it's a solid combo of a 17.33. So chalk up another excellent heat for our defending world champ, Felipe Toledo.
Fine form, Felipe. You know, he looked like the desire was waning at this beginning of the final, but it's not. He was just saving it, and it was great because I think it probably, in a way, affected Griffin's performance slightly. You know, in the very beginning of the heat, you see he's like giving his way, letting him do whatever he wants, and it almost like, you know, here you go, take it, and then all of a sudden, in 2 waves, bang,
You know what that showed me, Flick, from Felipe Toledo? Just confidence.
Yeah.
Coming into this final with a ton of confidence.
Confidence, and then also I think what you said, Pete, a bit of a different approach, just maybe taking a bit of the back seat. And Felipe is someone who's so fiery and assertive, and it seems, you know, he's ready to go in the start of a heat, and this final was definitely different, and I really liked the approach that he had.
I think it's important too to notice sometimes that, you know, that there's a certain way you feel like you're going to compete at your best. And, you know, Felipe probably felt like, you know what, I got to just cruise this one and, you know, find my moments to put the performance together. And sure enough, waves 4 and 5, I mean, a 9 and an 8.33, another excellent heat total for him, and really pretty much guaranteeing him at this point. He's got himself another championship tour victory, and it's incredible.
Let's make it 14 for Felipe Toledo in his career. And some sportsmanship right here. Here goes Felipe.
He's like, nope, not going to give you a chance either.
And this is just going to be a trip to the beach for Felipe Toledo. We got 30 seconds to make it official. A couple of CT wins this year for Felipe Toledo.
Winning at Sunset, right? That's a huge win. You know, this place, that is one of the most challenging waves on tour.
Think about where we're going to go next. We're going to go to Saquarema, where he's won 3 times. And then after that, Felipe Toledo, we're going to go to J-Bay, where he's won 2 times, Flick. So just the road in front of Felipe Toledo is a golden one at the moment.
No potholes.
Nope.
It's paved smooth.
All right, well, let's congratulate our Surf City El Salvador Pro champ, Felipe Toledo. There's the man of the hour, the man of the event, and the payback, Flick. Got one back on the rematch from last year's final with Griffin Colapinto.
Yeah, it's got to feel good for Felipe. I love that approach that he took into this final, and running away with 2 excellent scores, a 9 and an 8.33.
Former CT surfer Pedersen Crisanto out there congratulating Felipe Toledo. Has been in that corner, and that whole crew that have supported number 77.
And there's a big crew that he's been cruising with. It's a solid number of boys and girls, and it's been awesome for him because that support has got him another win. And again, I think that, you know, there was something to his strategy going into that final, and it really put Griffin off a bit.
I think he felt like he could win just on his surfing, because I think he knows he was putting up excellent numbers in almost every heat he surfed in. And yeah, there you went. I mean, almost manifested it, but it's not like it's a surprise, Pete. We saw it coming from the opening round with Felipe Toledo.
It never is. I mean, especially at a right-hand point break here, you put him as one of your favorites, 100%, as well as Griffin for that matter. So you got to love it. I love that it was a rematch here on finals day. We got to see the underdogs give themselves a performance. You got to give a lot of kudos to Ian Gentile and his approach against Felipe earlier this morning. Congrats to Caroline Marks on her win for 2023. I mean, this has been an incredible finals day. And right now, that man of the hour, you make sure he gets up the beach without slips. And he's another winner.
Yeah, he's got his trainer, Rafael Romano, there on the cobblestones. Rafael's a strong guy. He'll have no problem lifting up Felipe. But again, taking a moment here and giving thanks in prayer, Felipe Toledo.
Well, and the ocean provided for him, right? I mean, that's really what happened too, is in, you know, having that faith. It's a big part of, you know, connecting with the ocean. So I like it.
Yeah. Here we go. What a moment for Felipe Toledo. And let's hoist him up. It's gonna be a tricky chair up the cobblestones. They want to get him a little bit higher up there. No one wants to turn an ankle at this moment.
And even then, you know, there's sometimes we don't have to chair up every time, right? Oh, they're still going to do it no matter what.
Pick them up. Now they're on the boards. Let's go.
It is special, the surfing. That was one of the easier chairs we've seen on tour this year.
A smart chair.
Yeah.
Let's go down to AJ McCord with our champ, Felipe Toledo.
Felipe, parabéns. Ucampio de El Salvador, a rematch of last year's finals against Griffin Colapinto, but today you came out on top. What did it take for you to win that final heat?
I know, I was like, Griff, just give me a break. Man, we've been meeting every finals, you know, it's been fun. And yeah, I was just super focused. I was just super concentrate on what I was doing, what I wanted to do, and you know, I woke up yesterday, my back was kind of weird, feeling kind of weird, and then I tried to surf, it was bothering me, and so I took a break in the afternoon yesterday, and then this morning I woke up even worse. I was like, I could barely walk, and then I was like literally walking like this, you know, like an old man, but you know, with the team that I have, Rafael, Bruno, Giovanni, Patterson, Pinga, and then Bruna, who's our PT down in Brazil, she, over the phone, she helped us a lot, and shout out to my mom. Mom, it's her birthday today. That's for you. That's her present. Love you.
So you have an injury today. It's not just about physically moving past the pain, but mentally reminding yourself, I can do this. How did you do that?
I mean, as you said, you know, it's all up here. I was fighting through the pain. You know, it was, believe it or not, it was not painful to surf, but it was so painful to walk and then paddle. You know, when my back was arching like this, it was the worst. So thank God and WSL and the doctors here, you know, they took really good care of me. They gave me like a medicine to help me out with the pain, but even with that, it's definitely not 100%. I had to fight through that, and super blessed. Don't ever give up in your dreams and your goals and whatever you have, you know, whatever you want to achieve in your life. Don't ever give up, and always trust the process, trust God, and He's gonna bless you.
You had to start slow in that heat. I imagine getting that back a little bit warmed up, but you have that first major wave where you stick it, you claim it. What did that feel like, that you knew I could get this done? Nothing like a Corona shower at 11:30 in the morning.
So yeah, I was, you know, that feeling of, you know, like surfing a good wave and the feeling of getting a big score. There's nothing like it, and overcoming, you know, my challenges, and you know, everybody has challenges. Everyone has a challenge. It doesn't really matter if yours is smaller than mine. It doesn't have like a smaller or bigger. You know, it's a challenge for every one of us, and we gotta trust the process. We gotta be confident. We gotta trust God. We gotta have a good relationship with God, and He brought me here today. To be honest, I woke up not believing I could surf, and look where I am right now. So super grateful.
You have so much support around the world, here in El Salvador, so many people rooting you on. Para o Brasil, você queria mandar mensagem?
Com certeza, queria agradecer a toda a galera que está torcendo, que estava me apoiando, que estava me dando forças. Obrigado de coração. Tem sido difícil, né? O ano passado foi um ano longo, difícil, né? Muitas batalhas, e eu consegui vencer e manter, né? Mais um ano seguido realmente cansativo psicologicamente. Então eu tenho a agradecer a força que vocês estão me dando, minha família, Jesus Cristo, que me abençoou até aqui, que me trouxe até aqui essa vitória. E assim, a gente está indo para o Brasil agora, um evento que vai ser incrível, vai ser maravilhoso. Então eu peço a torcida de vocês que a gente possa mostrar para o mundo todo, para a WSL, para os surfistas, para todo mundo, o quão bom é o Brasil e o quão grande vai ser esse evento, e a gente tirar, né, o melhor de tudo isso, e vamos para cima. Obrigado de coração pelo carinho. Valeu.
You head to Brazil next. How important was it for you to get this win?
Really good. You know, at the end of the day, Griff still has the yellow jersey, but you know, as I've been saying the last few weeks, it's a marathon. It's not a sprint, and I just feel grateful to get another win this year and climbing up the rankings, and make sure I'm up there on the finals 5, and you know, make sure I get my Olympic spot, and I can represent my country.
Parabéns, o campeão.
Obrigado.
Well, Felipe Toledo will be number 2 on the rankings as we head into Brazil. Show's not over, however. When we come back, it's going to be the Corona Post Show. Stick around for all of today's actions.
It's the Corona Post Show. Finals day here at the Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona Kaipo, along with Felicity Palmentier and Peter Mel. And first of all, I want to reflect on what a great time we've had here in El Salvador. Just a beautiful country, some beautiful waves, Flick.
Yeah, it was my first time here and I've been blown away. I've loved Surf City. I've loved all it has had to offer. The waves we saw at Punta Roca over this last week were incredible. We saw some excellent surfing and, yeah, caught a few waves myself, so I am happy.
Yeah, a little bit of work, a little bit of plays, just a good time. Peter, we waited. We had 4 lay days before this finals day, but finals day, a lot of exciting action.
Yeah, as expected. You know, you looked at who was set up in those finals for the men and the women. But I mean, I must say that I like this as a welcome addition to the tour. You know, every venue has their challenges, right, and how you have to overcome them. This one specifically, I think that heat was a factor, you know, way more than any other event we have on tour. This is a place that you have to be able to kind of pace yourself into it, and a prime example would be the winner of the men's there, Felipe, being able to figure out a way to get it done, you know, overcoming adversity, overcoming the heat, overcoming everything that was there. When he woke up, felt like he wasn't even going to be able to surf and come out a winner. That is a motto for life right there. Good job, Felipe.
Yeah, Felipe Toledo leaning on faith, and faith pulled him through to his 14th CT win. We'll take a look at our brackets here, and Felipe's road to that victory overcame Kanoa Igarashi in the quarterfinal. Semifinal, got one over on the rookie, Ian Gentile, and then went excellent in the final, 17.33 for his victory and a payback over Griffin Colapinto. Let's take a look. Here is our recap of our men's final flick, starting with Griffin Colapinto.
Yeah, it started off in Griff's court. He got busy pretty quickly, got a couple of scores on the board, his biggest score being that 717 that we saw. Backed it up with a 493, but he had a couple of attempts too at a few big airs, big lofty airs. But this was that 717. Nice finish there to this wave. You can tell he's stoked. But yeah, coming up against Felipe, who really was looking in form. This was his 9-point ride. Beautiful critical surfing, so precise and really, really well-timed wave. You can tell here that he really liked the finish of this. Very stoked. Backed it up with an 833 as well, so amazing surfing.
Water vision here, and Felipe Toledo's 833, Pete.
Yeah, well, you went 9, and then this one here, 833, and a little bit different, not as explosive, but great flow. And of course, that's where Felipe is starting to shine. He really is adding that flow element. He's always had the radicalness, he's always had the airs, but now figuring it out. And then the strategy. It really, to me, I think strategically, being able to be that passive beginning of the heat, it kind of just threw off Griffin a little bit, and ultimately it gave him the right pace and able to get these 2 waves back to back. It put him the right timing. So a good job by Felipe just to be able to understand how he was going to win that heat and do it in a way with a huge number of a set 9 and an 833.
Giant numbers for our defending world champ Felipe Toledo over Griffin Colapinto, and a dominant performance, fighting through the pain, leaning on his faith, and becoming victorious here. Mental and physical just fortitude is what I saw on display today, Flick.
Yeah, we heard it in the post-heat interview with AJ, but it sounded like when he woke up this morning that he was having a hard time walking. So to be able to fight his way back, the kind of mindset that it takes to be able to do something like that is pretty incredible. And to be able to go out there and perform, and he's not just average surfing, excellent surfing, 9-point ride and an 8.33. That's pretty incredible, and I like the message that sends. You know, it doesn't matter. He said it in the post-heat interview as well. It doesn't matter what sort of challenge you're coming up against. Know that if you have a bit of faith, a bit of belief, that you can come out on top.
Very inspiring. That's what I'm going to say. Straight up inspiring. And you know, I was already a big fan of his, but to see the performance that he was able to lay down today, up against somebody who has been in form. Griffin Colapinto has been hard to beat, and he's been just as you know, fighting back and forth with Felipe, and Felipe got the win today.
Well, it's time to make it official. Let's go down to our awards presentation. I'm going to let Mitch Salazar take it away.
Buenas tardes, Punta Roca. Bienvenidos. Welcome to the awards presentation, a la ceremonia de premiación del Surf City El Salvador Pro, presentado por Corona. the 7th stop on the Championship Tour for 2023, la séptima parada del Tour Mundial de Campeonato para el 2023. Second time we've hosted a CT event at Punta Roca. La segunda vez que tenemos una competencia, el CT, aquí en Punta Roca. Increíble competencia, an incredible competition. We have 2 new champions on each side. Yektunal, good morning, Anewa. WSL wishes to open the Surf City El Salvador Pro event presented by Corona in one of the best right-hand point breaks in the world, Punta Roca, which is also called La Punta or Punta Chilama because it is where the river ends after traveling 43 miles from the summit of the Cordillera del Bálsamo. Nestled within the territory that was known as Señorío de Cuscatlán, La Punta is part of the Nahua Pipil culture with its tunal, strength, and Yulpaki heart smiles. We gather to celebrate and honor the culture of El Salvador, past and present, and the history, identity, and heritage, which are key to environmental preservation. Yektunal, buenos días en agua. WSL se complace en abrir por segunda ocasión este evento Surf City El Salvador Pro presentado por Corona en una de las mejores olas derecha del mundo, Punta Roca, que también se le llama La Punta o Punta Chilama, por estar donde termina el río Chilama después de 70 kilómetros de recorrido desde la cumbre de la Cordillera del Bálsamo. El Salvador, conocido mucho tiempo como el secreto mejor guardado por aquellos que buscan olas alrededor del mundo, ahora es el nuevo destino para la élite del surf. La Punta, con su tunal, fuerza y Yulpaki, un corazón sonriente, se abre al mundo para compartir la cultura del Salvador, su historia, identidad y patrimonio, que son claves para la sostenibilidad. We do want to thank our sincere gratitude to the local community. Muchas gracias a toda la gente local. Se le agradece muchísimo a toda la gente local de Punta Roca who has hosted us this past week. And thank you to you, the fans. Muchas gracias a ustedes, los fans. Sin ustedes no fuera posible todo esto. Who have traveled here to watch and cheer on the world's best surfers. And to everyone tuning around the world, thank you very much. Thank you very much to our partners, Surf City El Salvador. Muchas gracias, Surf City El Salvador. Of course, our presenting partner, Corona. And thank you to our tour partners, Shiseido, Red Bull, Yeti, Surfline, True Surf, Tokash, and Apple. También queremos agradecer, we are so deeply grateful for all our community partners who joined us to lead environmental efforts here in El Salvador, such as Paso Pacífico and Oriente Salvaje. All right, to help us award the trophies today, we have Renato Hickel, WSL Director of Tours and Competitions. Renato Hickel, Director de Tours y Competencias de la WSL. Our WSL Deputy Commissioner, Travis Logie. And of course, a big round of applause, un muy fuerte aplauso para la señora que organizó todo esto, nuestra ministra de Turismo, Morena Valdés. Okay, Punta Roca, los quiero escuchar. I want to hear you guys, Punta Roca. Are you ready to present the awards? Let's hear it. No los escucho, Punta Roca. ¿Están listos? Eso. Okay. Let's start with the runner-up. Este hombre no necesita presentación alguna. Subcampeón del año pasado, subcampeón aquí en el 2023. Un muy fuerte aplauso para un surfista que no necesita presentación, obviamente. Y lo estamos esperando. Y aquí un fuerte aplauso para el estadounidense, el norteamericano, el joven prodigio, the prodigy. Give a big round of applause to your runner-up, Griffin Colapinto. Presentando el premio, Morena Valdés. All right, Griff, felicidades, congratulations. Back-to-back finals here at Punta Roca, finales consecutivas para ti en Punta Roca, leading the rankings heading into Rio. Must feel amazing.
Feels amazing for sure. This place is amazing, and yeah, everyone here is amazing. So yeah, love is in the air.
What do you have to say to everybody that came out to watch you surf at Punta Roca today?
Just have to say thank you for coming out. This place is super special to us. Our second year here. The palm trees are iconic, and yeah, we're happy to keep it going.
Congratulations, Griffin. Once again, una vez más, el fuerte aplauso para su subcampeón de los caballeros, Griffin Colapinto. Ok, ahora la subcampeona de las damas. Now the runner-up for the women. Dos veces campeona del mundo, two-time world champion. A huge round of applause. Fuerte aplauso para la subcampeona, Tyler Wright. Y el premio va a ser presentado por parte de Renato Hickel. Trophy presented by Renato Hickel. All right, Tyler, congratulations. Huge performance, a final finish here. Your first time competing at Punta Roca. How'd you enjoy the experience so far?
I loved it. It's my first time here. Thank you so much to the El Salvadorian people and Punta Roca. We've really enjoyed our time. My experience was great, and yeah, had a great day.
Muy feliz de estar aquí compitiendo y con su subcampeonato. Felicidades, congratulations, Tyler. Nuevamente un fuerte aplauso para la subcampeona Tyler Wright de Australia. Okay, ahora sí, damas y caballeros. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the moment you've been waiting for. Huge round of applause for this guy. Back-to-back finals at Punta Roca. Fuerte aplauso para su campeón de este año, subcampeón del 2022, el campeón defensor del título mundial, Felipe Toledo. Presentando el premio Renato Hickel. Giving the award is Renato Hickel to Felipe. Just saying thank you to the minister and Travis Logie. All right. Get over here, Felipe. We got some words for you, man. First of all, congratulations. Muchas felicidades. Back-to-back finals here at Punta Roca. This crowd came to see you. They know what you brought last year, a close final last year. You closed it out this time. Lo cerraste esta vez, no dejaste duda. How does it feel to win here in Latin America?
Salvador, muchas gracias. I'll speak Spanish a little bit. I'll show off my Spanish. Muchas gracias a todos. Muchas gracias El Salvador. Muchas gracias Morena por siempre apoyar el surf. Que vimos aquí las últimas semanas con ISA, con WSL, con todo el evento y soporte que tenemos aquí. Esto hace nuestro deporte extra especial. Entonces, muchas gracias a todos que estaban aquí en la playa torciendo, los brasileños, los salvadoreños, a todos que estaban del mundo todo. Entonces, muchas gracias por todo. Estoy muy contento de hacer un poco mejor que lo último año. Entonces, gracias a todos. And yeah, thank you so much, everybody. I appreciate your guys' support. El Salvador is always amazing. I've been here quite a few times, and thank you to Morena, to WSL, everyone that was involved to make this happen. El Salvador, it's definitely the surf city. It's been amazing here the last few weeks, and being a part of the ISA and this event, and seeing all the fans and the support that our sport has over here. So thank you so much. I appreciate your support, and yeah, let's go.
Nuevamente, once again, big round of applause, fuerte aplauso para subcampeón Felipe Toledo de Brasil. Okay, ahora la campeona de las damas. Now your women's champion from the United States of America, de los Estados Unidos de Norteamérica. Fuerte aplauso para Caroline Marks. El premio presentado por parte de Morena Valdez. Trophy presented by Morena Valdez, the Minister of Tourism. All right, Caroline, let's get a quick word in. First of all, huge congratulations. First win of the season, first win since 2021. Celebrating here in El Salvador at a right-hand point break. It must feel good going on your backhand and getting a win. First time in 2 years you've done it.
Yeah, it feels super good. Been super inspired by all the people standing next to me. Everyone was surfing really well. The crowd, I love El Salvador. It's been awesome. Yeah, it feels good to win at a point break. I've only won at beach break, so that felt really good. And yeah, I'm super psyched. That was a lot of fun.
Well, anything you want to say in Spanish? You got any Spanish words for us?
No, that was bueno. It means good, right? Yeah. Bueno.
Bueno, de nuevo, un fuerte aplauso para la norteamericana, la campeona Caroline Marks. So that's it for the award ceremony. Muchas gracias a todos que se presentaron aquí para la ceremonia de premiación. Un fuerte aplauso para los subcampeones y los campeones. Este fue el Surf City El Salvador Pro presentado por Corona. Nos vemos el siguiente año. Back to the Corona Post Show.
All right, our champions, Felipe Toledo, Caroline Marks, great run by Griffin Colapinto, as well as Tyler Wright as we race towards those Rip Curl WSL finals and those final 5 qualification. Time for a Corona shower.
One of the tastiest showers you could ever have. Just keep the lime out of the eyes.
Oh, nice conclusion to an exciting week that we've had. Anticipation for this final, and you know, we had to wait a few days to get this going. Got it going with the women's final, with Caroline Marks taking her 4th championship tour win, Felicity.
I love to see it, especially being on her backhand out here. I think coming up against a lot of women on their forehand, yeah, she did an amazing job.
Here's her road. Pete had a bye in the quarterfinals. Semifinals, Caroline Marks overcame 5-time world champ Carissa Moore. And in the final, Caroline Marks overcome 2-time world champ Tyler Wright. Impressive performance by the 21-year-old Goofy Foot. Let's look back and a recap of our women's final, Peter.
Yeah, this was, and I feel like one thing about this event that we haven't seen, I think we still could see more out of Punta Roca. You know, our finals day, we had a little bit of a mixed up swell. Gotta love what Caroline Marks was able to do there, was able to find those little diamonds and get it done. But ultimately, I feel like that there is so much potential here at Punta Roca that we're going to see more, and we're going to be back most likely.
This was the 5.1 comeback from Tyler Wright to tighten up this final. But Flick, it was all Caroline Marks. The 6.33 and a 5.27 for the victory.
Yeah, Tyler was looking really strong, and it looked like to me if she found the right wave, she was going to open up. Here we go. We have a look at Caroline on her backhand. I just think her surfing was just so precise. Her timing was perfect. And yeah, it got her the win. I'm stoked to see it on her backhand out there. Not an easy thing to do coming up against a field of really seasoned regular footers on their forehand.
Yeah, having to get past a couple of world champs on her way to that win. Look at the numbers. We talked about that 6.33 right off the start. 5.27. Tyler Wright was out there searching. Followed that 5.1 to get back into the mix, but Caroline Marks, was her debut.
It certainly was, and you know, it's going to help her in that bid to make that final 5 at the end of the year. That is the goal at this point of the season, is to make sure that you get yourself all the way and into that final 5 so you can compete for that world title.
Yeah, well, speaking of looking into that final 5, let's take our women's ranking and the leaderboard post Surf City El Salvador Pro presented by Corona. Carissa Moore, she's going to stay in yellow going into Brazil. Tyler Wright, number 2. Caroline Marks, she's moved up, Felicity.
Yeah, she has. And we've got Molly Picklin, but for me, the dark horse, sitting in number 5 right now, we've got a draw for 5th. That's Steph and Tatiana. But for me, Tatiana, I mean, going into the last few events of the year, she's looking strong. She's coming up for J-Bay on her backhand and then Tahiti on her forehand. I think for me, she's one to watch out for.
And look at the rankings too. You look at the numbers. You know, there's 28,000 for Caitlin Simmers, and then there's a gap of a good solid 5,000 points between Lakey Gabrielle and Betty Lou. So it really is the battle, it seems like, for that top 7 right now to find that bid for the last 5. And looking at the events coming up, I mean, yeah, it's going to be a fun last couple events to watch.
Yeah, speaking of events coming up, stop 8 on the championship tour, the Vivo Real Pro. We're going to take a look back to last year, 2022, Felicity, when Carissa Moore took out a big win at Itaúna.
Yeah, she looks so good on her backhand in these beach breaks. She just has the ability to go so tight in the pocket and just really smooth, well put together surfing here. So, and she's going to be hard to beat. Still in that number 1 position on the rankings, and yeah, look at those 2 turns on her backhand there.
Ituana is predominantly probably a left.
Yeah.
You know, consistently it's going to be a left, but there is rights to be had there. And then also the ability to move to the other side of the beach at La Barriña, which is a big wedging right. So that place, you don't know what you're going to get. It's not like you can go to Punta Roca and you're getting right-hand point breaks pretty much the whole way. It literally could give you all sorts of different looks. So the surfer can adapt is going to be the one that's going to take the championship there.
Yeah. Well, let's take a look at our men's rankings right now. Post El Salvador, post stop number 7, Griffin Colapinto. He'll stay in yellow. Felipe Toledo taking a win here, added to his points total, and looking to secure his position. Felipe Toledo, he's our defending champ. When we look at the Vivo Rio Pro, and this was the final last year, again at Itaúna. A 10-point ride on the way to a victory here in Rio just last year.
It's going to be, he's, again, same sort of conversations, Chris, are going to be so hard to beat. Coming off so much momentum here. And, yeah, I like the approach he had at this event. And if he can take that to Rio, I'm going to be interested to see what happens there.
And, again, he wins going left here, but he also won at La Barriña going right.
Yep.
So, I mean, talk about being able to do it in all different types of facets. That's Felipe Toledo's forte.
Yeah.
Also saw that rankings with Gabriel Medina jumping into the final 5 at the moment. Watch
He's above
out
the
for
line
him.
right now. Watch out for Gabe Medina. He's a former winner over there. But Felipe Toledo, 3 times winner when we look at Sakurema. So clearly he's going to be the favorite as we go into stop number 8. On the line also, Pete, I know you love to talk about this. Shaper rankings.
I talk about anything.
The Whistler Shaper rankings, and it's still going to be mayhem up on the top of the Whistler Shaper rankings, but Sharp Eye gaining some momentum with 10,000 points from Felipe Toledo. DHD hanging tight in the 2nd position, but the numbers are really tightening up with those top 3.
That's right. You know, with that win, though, Sharp Eyes closed the gap to DHD, so watch out there. Of course, this is going to be fun to see how it unfolds at the end of the year. You know, these guys all are involved in this. Mayhem, we saw him online. He got to come show up, and he kind of was pretty passive about how much he's into this, but it's pretty cool to see that they're all involved. And right now, Mayhem's at the #1 spot wearing that yellow jersey.
Yeah, someone send yellow to Matt Biolis. We'll get his address over there in San Clemente. But, hey, that's going to change real quick because, you know, we're just a week away from stop number 8. So it's a quick turnaround in this leg of the championship tour, Flick.
Yeah, it's such a quick turnaround. It's going to be interesting to see who can get their head back in the game, who's going to continue with this momentum from El Salvador down to Brazil. I'm looking forward to it.
It's interesting. For me, there's one board bag that travels between all these events. So, like, example, I mean, I was thinking about Carissa Moore. Her finals board is basically destroyed. That thing's probably not going to be in her quiver going into the other thing. I know she's got Paisel. You know, John, if you're watching, I would say get some boards down there. Maybe go trip to Brazil and bring some new boards for Tyler. Equipment is so important, especially when you have these tight turnarounds, to be able to have a board bag filled with all those magic sleds.
Yeah, this is it's going to be great. It's pretty exciting. I think it's time for our top 5 of the event. And we can roll into that right now. Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona. Our top 5 moments. Who do we got here? Number 5, Leonardo Fioravanti, day number 1. He went excellent with a 9-point ride, Pete.
Yeah, he did. As a matter of fact, it was the highest heat total of that opening ride. He's been looking good. He's been looking on point. We saw him at the Surf Ranch put in a great performance. We saw him here put in a great performance. He wants to see himself into that final 5, ultimately going for that Olympic bid as well. So it's important to him. And when things are important to this guy, he usually is able to perform. So let's see what he can do at the Vivo Pro down there in Saquarema.
Number 4. Italo Ferreira, he was surfing good. This was quarterfinal action, but you know what? Ferreira, even with this sharp surfing, wasn't enough. It was Ian Gentile taking out Italo Ferreira for a spot in the semifinal. Ian's first semifinal. Number 4, and it was kind of surfing like this, Flick, by Ian Gentile to earn his way into the semifinals.
For me, Ian was one of the most informed surfers on those first 2 days of competition. He was a giant slayer. He was a low seed coming into this. He kept coming up against the top seeds. Took out Jack Robinson. He took out Ilo Ferreira. Came up against Gabriel Medina. They're massive names and just surfing so silky smooth. and progressive as well. I loved it. I love that this is first CT semi-final from Ian, and I'm hoping that he can continue with this momentum down into Brazil.
Looking solid, Pete.
Sure is.
Number 3, Carissa Moore. She goes excellent. A 9.37 in this heat. A 8.17. 17.54 in her quarterfinal against Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. It was a display by the 5-time world champ.
An easy display too. I mean, literally the waves were just falling in her lap. I mean, when you're in that much rhythm, it was it's kind of nice. You think everything's going your way. Unfortunately, on finals day, it didn't quite happen, but this performance on day 2, it was definitely magic. And you would have to say, keeping that yellow jersey going into the next few events. Also, defending champion at the event in Saquarema. You'd have to like her odds of staying in that yellow jersey heading into the final last events of the season.
Coming in at number 2, our women's champ, Caroline Marks.
Yeah, just such strong surfing from the goofy footer on her backhand here. Coming into this event, I would have thought that, I know her backhand is her strong point, but it's so hard when you're coming up against a field of mainly regular footers on a right-hand point break. That's a really fast wave. She did a really good job at identifying what wave she wanted on her backhand. She was surfing so critical, and her timing was just almost perfect, I'd say. So yeah, she really did a good job at identifying the waves she wanted, and yeah, taking home that win. So super, super exciting for Caroline.
Our number 1 moment, our men's champ, Felipe Toledo, with his 14th championship tour victory, Pete.
And an inspirational performance. Again, trying to overcome the adversity. We find out that he was kind of out of sorts, and to be able to overcome that mentally, obviously physically, feeling that he had some pain this morning, and to be able to find the way to win this would be something that I think he can bring into the next few events of the season, especially when we look at where we have our defending world champion. We are going to have the Final 5, the Rip Curl WSL Finals will be at Trestles once again, and you'd have to say he's going to be a favorite. Almost guaranteeing with this win that he's going to stay up there in that Final 5 by the end of the season, and he's going to have a great chance.
Yeah, just 1 week away to the Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona. 9-point ride for Felipe Toledo, 8.33, 17.33 for the victory. Not just a victory, but an excellent victory for our defending world champ.
Catch your breath, Kaipo.
What'd you say?
Catch your breath. Let's do this.
Pete, final thoughts.
Final thoughts. Well, we're moving on to Brazil, and we know that is going to throw a bunch of different looks to us. One of the most adverse probably venues that we have on tour. Who's going to show up? Who's going to have the right equipment? Who's going to win? Right now, I'd say that Felipe is probably the biggest favorite.
Your final thoughts, Flick.
Final thoughts are, I loved the different, sort of more relaxed approach I saw from Felipe this afternoon in the final. Loved that I saw Caroline win on her backhand, and also loved my first time in El Salvador.
Oh, yeah, it was we had a great time here, and thank you for joining us. Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Flick.
Thank you, Kaipo.
Remember, June 23rd, we're going to kick off with the Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona. And also, remember, tomorrow, ESPN2, WSL presents Surf Ranch Pro. That will be debuting 11 o'clock Eastern Time and 8 Pacific Time. See you in Rio. It's a beautiful morning. The Surf City El Salvador Pro presented by Corona. Phone a friend because we are starting off with a big heat. Getting a quick start, the 11-time world champ.
Ethan Ewing's hot!
The body mechanics, the technique, the skill of Ethan Ewing on display. Felipe Toledo serving notice to everyone with a big stomp there, full rotation.
Griffin Colapinto is on a different level right now. A perfect front five, no worries. Brian Perez giving the fans something to cheer about all the way through to the inside. What more do you want, people? Leonardo. Incredible series of powerful turns.
Wow.
Perfect layback jam right in the pocket. Aaron Mamiya flying down the line, doing a nice series of turns. Now he's building speed.
Oh!
Now we're talking. Now we're talking.
We just completed the men's opening round. Now it's time to move on to the women's opening round. Caroline Marks uses her priority, slashes off the top, skates through a bottom turn there, slashing a third turn. Oh my!
That was crazy.
Katie Simmers, stall in the air, frontside air grab. Carissa Moore, look at this wave, snaps off the top, getting loose, Carissa Moore.
That right there was a savage cut for Stephanie Gilmore. Welcome to day 2 of competition. It's on.
Here we go, live action out back.
With priority, Tyler Wright on a beautiful looking set wave.
Pickles off the bottom, carves. Gabriella Bryant winding up, slashing through that turn.
We're gonna switch over to the men for round of 16.
Slashing turn for Felipe Toledo, throwing everything at it.
Talk about Felipe Toledo. Holy moly, Toledo.
Here we go, Canoa bashes the lip there, a little bit of release, purchases on the fin.
Connor O'Leary ringing the bell on his backhand. Big bash to finish there. That's power surfing.
Liam O'Brien zooming off the bottom, slashing off the top.
Get excited. It's finals time. First wave of finals day, it's going to be Tyler Wright. I love the way she adds just an extra 10% at the end of every turn. Back-to-back exchange. Stephanie Gilmore now. Tyler Wright comes through. She is your first finalist. Nice two-turn combo there for Caroline Marks. She's winding up through this inside. This wave giving her so much opportunity down the line. And it's official. She's going off. Caroline Marks is your second finalist.
Let's set up our men's final. Here we go. Boom. Big air reverse alley-oop. Ian Gentile sticks that landing.
Flying down the line, he's winding up. He's gonna go straight to the air. Big front side straight air. Beautiful work, lofty, into the lip again. Big rotation. This guy is out of control.
Good timing for the finish. Griffin Colapinto plays the drums on the way out. Women's finals all set. Caroline Marks, Tyler Wright.
Tyler Wright.
Right into the corner, big whip, bang! Huge floater over that thing. Wow.
Here we go, Caroline Mark. Solid finish. 1, 2, 3 punch. The good times never seem so good for sweet Caroline Marks getting the victory.
Time to crown a men's champion. Here comes Toledo. He uses priority. Big snap there. Defending world champ one more time. And let's make it 3 for Felipe Toledo. Looking electric here. 4th and finishing maneuver, and that's going to be it. Well, let's congratulate our Surf City El Salvador Pro champ, Felipe Toledo.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.